Hello to you in this room, hello to you in the outer lobby, and hello to you in the Community Development Department. Thank you for sitting there and being patient. Happy New Year. Welcome to the January 13th special meeting of the Town Council. We have one item on our agenda tonight, and that is Hillbrook. But we are going to start, as we always do, with our roll call. Madam Clerk.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. And will you all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we normally do in all of our meetings, we do take time on our agenda to allow someone to speak on something that is not on tonight's agenda. There's only one thing on tonight's agenda. That is the question of the Hillbrook School application for increased enrollment and the CUP. However, we have one very courageous individual who has given me a card for verbal communications. Mr. Shepherdson, you're on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't know if it's courageous or maybe foolish, but I will be directing to the point. This is a PowerPoint demonstration. It's raising the issue of whether or not the town should consider switching from the local police department to the sheriff's department. How do I work this? It's hard. So, saying at a minimum, the town should conduct a comprehensive review for switching to the county sheriff because the potential savings are $6.2 million annually. Over 20 years, that'd be $120 million. Over 50 years, $300 million. We could do things like pay for the Almond Grove streets. We've got about $40 million in unfunded town repairs, maybe youth or senior services, traffic mitigation, perhaps a community center. Response times in Cupertino are nearly equal or superior to Los Gatos' times. Cupertino and Saratoga are very satisfied with the services that the sheriff is providing. The councils both unanimously voted to re-contract with the sheriff. Saratoga is ranked #1 in the state, the safest. Los Altos Hills also with the sheriff. 3rd, Cupertino 12th. Los Gatos was not in the top 50. In budget, it's $14.2 million. The Cupertino is $9.9 million. They have about 60,000. We have 34,000, including Monte Sereno. These are the response times. Priority 1, 4:30 for Los Gatos. The sheriff, as of the end of last year, 4:54. Priority 2, 8:27. The sheriff, 6:33. So they beat us. Priority 3, 13 minutes and 12 seconds, and it's 10:31. So the sheriff beats us again on priority 3. These are the kinds of services that they offer. All kinds of dogs, helicopters, canine, bomb squad. If we could, this is just a picture from the sheriff's website, if we could move forward. SWAT teams, helicopters, if we have a terrorist event or anything like that. Another picture of the sheriff's department, another picture. This is like, that last one was maybe for their bomb, some kind of robot. This is the dogs. So the sheriff department can effectively respond to a terrorist threat. Local police officers could be rehired by the sheriff's department, so I'm empathetic to their plight. We could choose our own police department within the sheriff's department. We could reduce the town's liability for police misconduct. I understand they're considering putting on cameras on their vests. We can contract for the services we want. And if you listen to the videos, Saratoga's council wonders, why Los Gatos does what we do because they're at 1/3 of our cost.
Mr. Shepherdson, thank you.
Thank you.
We do have one other person that wants to talk about something completely different than Hillbrook. Natalie Ladd.
Good evening, council members. Happy New Year. I know you guys have a big night ahead of you, so I'll just talk about something that's completely not related. I wanted to bring up to you some issues that first of all, I want to say I'm a commissioner on the Transportation and Parking Committee, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a resident and not the commission. I have some issues with the speed limit in the Blossom Hill and Los Gatos Boulevard area. Recently, on December 19th at about 5 p.m., there was a 50-plus-year-old gentleman that was hit jaywalking by a car. I believe his leg was only broken. We thought it was something more serious than that. I've actually brought this up to in our commission meetings before, but because it's within 500 feet of my home, I can't say anything about it, but I can as a resident. I'd like to put up. My drawing of some of the speed limits, if I could point out to you guys. So this is the Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill area. Here's Van Meter and Fisher. The speed limit here is 25, and as it goes closer to Blossom Hill, it becomes 35. And then on Blossom Hill, it's 25 on the other sides of Roberts where Visona Park is. Right after you cross Roberts, it becomes 35 miles. It stays 35, and then when you cross Blossom Hill, when you cross Los Gatos Boulevard, becomes 25. Now, I understand that 25 speed limit zones are like within a certain vicinity of a school zone, but considering that there's brand new residential and commercial area that's been put up, I believe the speed limit is a little too fast. I see children after school that's walking alongside of Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill in that zone. Personally, it doesn't make sense to me why that speed limit is 35. I think it should be decreased. I know for a fact, when we called into the police department about this accident, there was another incident in that same area a few years back. I don't know the exact date. Another person got hit as well. I know about 10 years ago where the speed limit is 25 miles an hour by Visona Park. Another gal got hit, she broke her arm, and then we decided to change the speed limit from 35 to 25. I urge you guys, if there's any way, to please take a look at this, because we don't want another person to get injured and heaven forbid killed. I do understand that the person that was driving about 20 to 25 miles an hour, and in fact, if they were driving 35, that injury could have been far worse. I know that there is a report that's done by the town every other year. The last one was done in January of 2014, and the next one is January 2016. Considering that there's a lot more commercial and businesses going in, I urge that we try to get this test done sooner to find out.
Thank you very much. I think you have a question. Mr. Rennie.
I'll go ahead and ask you a question, Natalie, since you can't talk about this in your commission. My question is, why are you suggesting speed reduction instead of a crosswalk addition or a light addition? I think a lot of the problem is all those people that might walk out of the Oak Rim apartments and want to go over to Starbucks and are too lazy to go to the corner. So it seems like a better solution would be maybe a light or some fancy crosswalk there.
I absolutely agree, but the feedback I got was it's pretty hard to do because it's a 4-5 lane. I think that's an excellent idea because there's a crosswalk at Roberts and then on Los Gatos Boulevard. It's a pretty long stretch. So whether it's a speed bumps or a crosswalk or a light or a stop sign, anything to stop this from happening again, I would absolutely love.
Thank you very much. Okay, while I'm getting some more cards, I'm just going to call formally what this matter is, which is conditional use permit application U-12-002 and environmental impact report EIR 13001, project location 300 Marchmont Drive. And I am going to ask Mr. Schultz just to explain how the town council is going to approach this matter. As you all know, after the Planning Commission hearing, Hillbrook appealed and a group of neighbors appealed, so we have two appellants. Normally, we would view something and have an appellant come in, make a presentation, have a rebuttal. We're not going to do that tonight, and I'll explain what we are going to do, but Mr. Schultz, tell us all how we're going to proceed on this hearing.
Well, certainly the procedures that you have tonight are in the mayor's purview. The mayor determines how to handle meetings and to establish order. The procedure will be that after the staff report is done, which will consist of Planner Jennifer Savage, myself, and our city engineer Lisa Patterson make a presentation. Then each appellant will have 3 minutes each. Usually there's more time than that, but the mayor has decided to limit the appellant to 3 minutes each. After those 3 minutes are up, then members of the public will each get their time that have submitted cards, 3 minutes each. At the end, there will be no rebuttal time, so both appellants are treated equally and will not have the ability to do any rebuttal.
Thank you. I was going to explain that to you, but really what I wanted to have Mr. Schultz explain, but I'll go ahead and do that. The reason that I've chosen to do 3 minutes on each side is that because each side has appealed, one side with many, many issues, one side with one issue. I am taking the view that we are on equal footing, that when the council considers this, it could find error on either side or not. It could find new information. So to me, it's not, and I've discussed this with Mr. Schultz, the council can treat this as essentially a new hearing, but looking at what the Planning Commission did as a framework. So we're not going to have a rebuttal, but I am going to call up a representative, and I've told the different sides this, so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Of each group of appellants has chosen a representative to, if you will, lead off. And so the Hillbrook appellants have chosen one, what I'm going to call the Marchmont appellants have chosen one, and we're going to start with them. Following that, everyone will get three minutes. Here's my stack of cards. This is about 70. Even someone with my math skills can figure out that 3 minutes at 70 cards is about 4 hours. If we don't ask any questions and everybody rushes up here and is immediately ready to go. So as you listen to speakers, and I'm not saying something different than I've said to everyone I've met, and as I look out in this room, I've met with a whole heck of a lot of you, consider very carefully whether you need to stand up and make a point again that's been well made by someone else who has spoken. Because this is my show and tell. This is what all of the council members have read. In addition to this, we've watched the Planning Commission, and as most of you know, we have met with many, many interest groups, gotten many, many emails, listened to a lot of input, all of which we very much appreciate and is helpful. But we are all very conscientious. We are going to do our best to decide this issue. We already had a lot of information. We are all, I know, going to do our best to be absolutely fair. I also know that no one sitting here is going to make a decision based on if 10 people talk on one side and 11 people talk on the other side, the 11 people are going to get what they want. That's not how we're going to do it. And if you watched any of our meetings, you know that's not how this body does it. And that's not by means of haranguing you all and threatening you. We of course want to get your input, but I just want us to be reasonable. And then the other thing that I'll say is, I know that everyone is very, very much passionate about what they feel about this issue, but please, and I know you can, please treat each other with respect as you speak. Please don't react to the speaker one way or the other. Please imagine that if you don't like what someone is saying, that's you standing there, and how would you like to be treated when your remarks are made? So please, please, give everyone the respect that they deserve, that you would expect when you were speaking to us, so that the council can get everyone's input in as fair and a way as possible, and so that everyone is heard. So before we start, please turn off your devices. You may have a fantastic ringtone, but you don't want to hear it while somebody's talking. So please, please turn off your devices. And then I have one more procedural issue that I need to take care of. And again, I'm going to ask for Mr. Schultz's input on this. All of us have read and viewed and seen everything and met with everyone and looked at everything that we've received. However, we do have 2 new council people who are participating in this Hillbrook matter as council people for the first time. So, Mr. Schultz, can you let us know if there's any special things that apply to them?
Yes, I will, and I'll add to it even what your first question was, now that I know what you wanted me to respond to, which I was waiting for my presentation. But I'll mention it right now. There's been various comments and concerns regarding whether new council member Rennie and council member Sayoc can participate in this hearing because of potential statements that they either made during their campaign or because council member Sayoc was a previous planning commission member and has already heard this matter. The case law is quite clear in this matter in that council candidates, council members, or planning commissioners are able to express their views concerning pending projects so long as they have not already determined how they will vote as a council member. Councilmember Rennie and Sayoc have assured my office that they will give this matter a fair hearing and that they intend to hear the appeal with an open mind and make their decision based on the facts and the law presented. Based on these statements, they do not have any bias based on prejudgment of the facts and can participate in this discussion and vote on this matter without rendering the proceedings unfair. The other issue that I'll elaborate now on, that I was going to later during the presentation, but will do so now, is just the role of the council when it's reviewing the Planning Commission's decision. We have a code section, section 29-2300, that people have mentioned concerns about because it requires the town council to somewhat, be deferential to the Planning Commission. It's been interpreted that the town council has to be deferential and give a great weight to the Planning Commission's decision, and that they can really only overturn the Planning Commission if there is an error, new information presented, or a policy issue that the Planning Commission should not have acted on. However, there's been recent case law that requires the town council to review the commission's decision in a de novo situation as it's hearing it brand new. Regardless of what the town code says or is interpreted to say, the case law overrules, state law overrules, and the council will act as this matter in a de novo matter. In fact, the recent case law even found flaws in local code sections that was trying to take away that de novo review from a planning commission's determination. So as we move forward, council should review the matter and make certain that the proper findings, make certain that there are proper findings to comply with the code section 29-2300.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schultz. I appreciate it. That now, before we start, I am going to ask Ms. Savage and Ms. Peterson to give us a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. The item before you is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to approve a conditional use permit modification to increase the number of students and modify operations at an existing private school. There are 2 appellants. You have received numerous correspondence within your staff report, 2 addendums, and a desk item for this evening. The project is a conditional use permit, and it is important to note that the conditions placed on the conditional use permit must have a nexus to the project and its impacts. The town attorney and the town engineer will provide additional information. First, Mr. Solch.
So the other issue I want to discuss with you that has come up over and over and over during the proceedings and many of the documents is the issue of vested rights. Vested rights is a legal term that's used, and where a CUP has been granted and the successful applicant has thereafter acted upon that CUP to his or her detriment, the applicant is required a vested right. A CUP that is vested creates property rights which may not be revoked without constitutional rights of due process. In this situation, Hillbrook School has a current valid approved CUP and has a vested right to have 315 students. These rights are secured under their current CUP. Hillbrook has requested a modification to their vested permit to increase the enrollment to 414 students. Under our town code, when considering a modification for a CUP, the town council may include such conditions as are reasonable and necessary under the circumstances to preserve the integrity and character of the zone and to secure the general purposes of the general plan. That's a direct quote. In addition, our town code states that when considering an application for modification, the application is heard anew, as in de novo, and the town council may impose new conditions or modify previous conditions. However, because Hillbrook has a current vested CUP, it could choose after this hearing to not accept a CUP modification and to continue to operate under its existing CUP. If Hillbrook chooses to continue under its existing CUP, the town council could initiate its own proceedings with due process rights to modify Hillbrook's CUP pursuant to the town code and do that on its own.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. There has been much discussion on Hillbrook's proposed student expansion related to traffic. And there also has been a significant amount of information submitted on traffic. So tonight my goal is to try to quickly summarize some key traffic issues. And these traffic issues are the Hillbrook baseline traffic, what is that? Traffic averages versus maximums, and also to talk very quickly about the tire analysis. In order to study the effects of project traffic, we need to have an established baseline. Hillbrook's baseline is the traffic that was at the school gate starting in the spring of 2011. This was before the pilot TDM was in place. The baseline information is important to us because it allows us to understand what the traffic flow was under the existing CUP. The existing CUP allows a maximum of 165 vehicles exiting during peak periods, both AM and PM. The average peak period counts that have been collected by the town through 2011 were 150 vehicles exiting the campus in the AM and the PM. The average daily trips at the school gate in spring of 2011 were 880 average vehicles. The Planning Commission is recommending a maximum of 880 vehicles per day for the modified CUP. In your attachment 25 to your council report, there is a letter from the town's traffic consultant, TJKM, on the use of averages versus maximums. And we have TJKM here tonight as well if you have questions on that letter. Traffic is dynamic, and consequently, averages are used more often than maximums. However, use of a maximum is also acceptable. Maximums tend to be used to try to help minimize traffic spikes. Maximums tend to be about 25% to 30% above an average, depending on circumstances and also the data set that you are using. Spring 2011 Hillbrook baseline counts are an average of 880 vehicles per day. The Planning Commission is recommending a maximum of 880 vehicles per day. Now, this is a more conservative number because it is a maximum and not an average, and therefore the actual average would be something below this 880 maximum. Now, Council received Addendum B, and in that addendum there is a discussion of the tire analysis. The Hillbrook EIR reviewed traffic based on level of service impacts at intersections, and this is a standard for the town. This is how we review traffic impacts. The EIR noted that the traffic impacts at the intersections around Hillbrook, based on the increase in students, would be less than significant. However, in order to address the quality of life issues that were of a concern to residents, the town additionally completed the tire analysis. The tire analysis currently has only been adopted by a few cities in the Bay Area, and it is not a town standard. The tire analysis is used to evaluate if an increase in traffic will be noticeable to residents. The purpose of the tire analysis is not to define what existing traffic should be for a particular street. So to give you an example, if you had a street of 1,000 average daily trips, and if traffic on that street increased by 25%, this would cause a noticeable change under the tire analysis. Now, if you took that same street of 1,000 average daily trips and traffic on that street decreased, traffic on that street stayed the same, or traffic on that street increased, but increased less than 25%, then the tire analysis would say there was no noticeable change in traffic. So the CUP cap of either an 880 average or an 880 maximum would show no noticeable change in traffic near Hillbrook under the tire analysis. Thank you very much, and staff is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Check with Ms. Savage. Does that conclude your portion as well? Yes. Okay. All right, Council. Any questions for Mr. Schultz, Ms. Savage, or Ms. Peterson? Thank you very much. And I apologize, one other housekeeping matter before we begin the hearing. I'm going to split my question to the council members regarding meetings, visits, etc. To start now and give me a general idea of what you've done for your disclosures. Then when the hearing is concluded, if you've heard any information that, or you have in your individual meetings information that you've not heard in the presentations tonight, please then disclose it and share it with the council so that we're all operating with the same information. So we'll start with Councilman Rennie. And
Okay, I'm not sure I completely understand those instructions, but I'll give it I'll give it a try. So, for disclosures, I guess I'm supposed to tell you I met with the head of school twice with 2 different board members each time for a total of 4 board members. It's kind of disclosures you want, correct? I met with 2 neighbors from Marchmont at one time, another time one neighbor. I met with about 15 neighbors from Ann Arbor Woolen at a home on Woolen. I met with about 8 to 10 neighbors on Long Meadow at a home on Long Meadow. Met with 3 neighbors from Inglewood together. I met with 25 neighbors at a home on Marchmont. I met with 1 Hillbrook parent at one point. I have gone down and observed the gate on December 8th and watched the cars go in and out from 7:40 to 8:10. I observed that afternoon at Marchmont and Marchmont Court the behavior of the cars from about 3:45 to 5. On December 9th, I also watched in the morning from 7:35 to 8 o'clock, I watched the Hilo Marchmont intersection to understand the traffic. I also, on January 8th, I watched the kids load on the bus at Holtz. There was about 35 kids that got on. On January 10th, I watched the kids load on the bus at the Blossom Hill Park location. There was about 25, I think, and about 4 of them walked from there. And then yesterday, I went up and watched the kids load on the buses in the afternoon at Hillbrook and took a walk of the campus to try to understand where the noise generators are that some of the Long Meadow neighbors are interested in. Thank you.
okay, that is extremely impressive. I apologize in advance for not being able to tell you that amount of detail, but thank you, Councilman Rennie. Okay, Vice Mayor Spector, can you top that?
Maybe, but I'm not going to try. Over the years, I've had, this issue has been going on for a long time, and over the years, I've had many meetings, but I'm going to try and condense it into the more recent events. I have been on the campus itself. I have been in the neighborhood. I have, when in the neighborhood, I have observed traffic between 7 a.m. and 8 a.m. on a school day. I have met in many instances with various representatives of the school. I have met with people in the Marchmont neighborhood who are supporting the school application and who are not. In many of those instances, it has been with small groups of neighbors. In one instance, it was with a group of maybe 40 to 50 neighbors. I have also met with the neighbors on the Ann Arbor side of the neighborhood. And that was also a meeting in a home with a large number of people.
Okay, I'll just go down the line. Over the past several years, I can't tell you how many meetings I've had. I'm sorry. Multiple meetings with Hillbrook administrators of different compositions. I've been on the Hillbrook campus multiple times. I've been on the Marchmont area in the morning. I've been in the Marchmont area in the afternoon when school is let out, as recently as yesterday. I have met with representatives of the Marchmont neighborhood, both for and against Hillbrook. I've met with the neighbors on the Ann Arbor side. I have met with Longmeadow neighbors. Individuals who are interested in this issue. I also had a meeting with Marchmont neighbors of over 50 people, I think, and have read everything that's been submitted. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I want to first start out by apologizing if there is anybody I have not met on this issue. My apologies to you. I did receive one email that said, we're trying to get to meet with you and we haven't been able to set a time. It's been very busy, and just over the past week I've met with multiple groups of people concerning this issue. Again, Longmeadow neighbors, Marchmont neighbors, Ann Arbor neighbors, Hillbrook administration, and the meetings for me have started a couple years ago as well, being one of the more senior members up here. And as far as the neighborhood and the traffic, I've been around the neighborhood for a good number of years. I actually live in the area. I drive down Marchmont and Stony Brook and Robin Way and such several times a day, and Hilo. And I've walked the area. I've observed the bus in action. I've observed the cut-through traffic that may or may not be Hillbrook traffic as well. So I try to put myself in the environment and try to get a better understanding of what's happening over there.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sayoc.
As a council member, I've been on campus 3 times now, 2 officially with the administration to discuss, once at the gate to observe. I have also observed the bus loading sites at Blossom Hill, at Holtz, as well as at Courtside. I have met individually and with groups with Marchmont neighbors, with Longmeadow neighbors, with Hillbrook parents, with Ann Arbor, and have had many email correspondence as well as phone calls, and I have read everything that has been submitted to date.
Thank you. We're going home now. Okay. Now, what we're going to do now is take the cards, as I've said. We have 2 appellants, and I am going to call the first appellant representative simply based on the person or the group that filed its appeal first, and that's Hillbrook. That's the only way I'm doing it. So I'm calling Marchmont second, and when I say Marchmont, the appeal is signed by, I think, over 50 people who aren't necessarily Marchmont neighbors, but I've asked those appellants to select one among them to be first. Then we're going to do 3. I also want to let those of you know who've told me by your cards or in some other fashion that you would like to leave early, that I apologize, but I'm going to try to make this process as fair as possible. So I have shuffled these cards, and I'll keep shuffling them if you bring up a new card. So everybody's got 3 minutes, and the chosen representative for Hillbrook is Mr. Chuck Hammers.
Good evening. My name is Mayor and Council. My name is Chuck Hammers. I'm the chair of the board of Hillbrook School, and I'm a father of 4. I'm here tonight to appeal part of the decision of the Planning Commission to approve Hillbrook's adding of 99 students to its enrollment. The crux of our appeal comes down to one word: max. We believe that the Planning Commission erred and abused its discretion by imposing the 880 max. The 880 max hinders our ability to operate with our current 315 students. The Commission used 2 data points to come to its conclusion of 880 max. The first data point was from the incorrect use of the tire index. The Commission incorrectly relied on a number of 891 to define Marchmont as a significantly impaired street and ignored the tire index is based on solely average daily volumes. The second data point that the Commission relied on was from the EIR. The EIR determined that the school's baseline condition in 2011 was an average of 880 daily trips. That is, half the days in the study were above 880 and half were below. So these data points, the 891 average and the 880 baseline average, led the commission to an 880 number, but unfortunately the commission applied this 880 number to a maximum instead of an average. There's a tremendous difference between the two. We heard earlier that the town's consultant, TJKM, said that the difference between an average and a max should be 25 to 30%. A corresponding max for an 880 average should be over 1,100. So what does this mean for Hillbrook? Let's look at the data from the spring semester of 2014. This chart shows the number of days this semester in different traffic categories. 6 days were in a real low category from 6 to 700. 16 days were from 720 to 800. As you can visibly see, the average right in the middle of 832 up there. And the max of 880 draws a line right there. Now notice there's 15 days outside the max but below 960. These would be violations. There are also 6 days that are much higher. These days are mostly predictable, and the commission handled these well by creating 10 exceptions. The problem comes in those 15. And if you extrapolate, there would be 34 over the course of a year. It's not fair to set up a school to fail. The 880 max puts the school in a situation that it will cause us to violate the CUP 34 times in 1 year, and that's with 315 students. We're going to fail without even adding a single extra student. I don't believe this was the commission's intent. Many commission members said they wanted the school to thrive. They granted the additional enrollment, but they essentially created a condition that would force the school to either drop enrollment or change its program. I urge you to change the 880 max to an 880 average. It's fair, and it means no new cars. It's very fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammers, and thank you for getting your 3 minutes. Our questions for Mr. Hammers. Vice Mayor Spector, before you leave, and this is for everybody else, even though you get your 3 minutes, and I'd love to everyone to do 3 minutes, the council people can ask you questions, and that may extend your time. So, Mr. Hammers, there's questions for you. So please don't run away when you finish, even though you want to. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to ask you to put that back up. Thank you. I see that the number 15 to which you are making reference comes from your second semester traffic 2014. You've had school since then. Do you have those numbers after those depicted in this chart?
I don't. This is the only semester that we had our traffic consultant actually do this for, and this got submitted for the Planning Commission back in September.
All right, so this goes through when?
This is January to June of 2014, which was our last full semester.
All right, and so you don't have anything to share with us after June of 2014?
I don't. We ended the semester this last week, and we haven't sent it off to our traffic consultant.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. The chosen representative of the other appellant group is Patty Elliott. And what I'm going to do after Ms. Elliott is done is I'm going to call 3 cards. And I know that some of you in the adjoining rooms are going to have trouble getting up to the podium and hearing me to start out. So I'll call 3, and as hopefully with as much deliberate speed as possible, you can make your way up to where you're in position to speak. Ms. Elliott.
Thank you. I'm a 20-year resident of Marchmont Drive. Despite Hillbrook's public relations juggernaut, there is no legitimate reason for the town to allow Hillbrook to expand further in our neighborhood. It's really that simple. Might does not make right. Hillbrook is a non-residential use in a low-density residential zone. By town code, the CUP is required to impose conditions on Hillbrook's operations such that it does not impair the integrity or character of the zone. Hillbrook already impairs our quality of life with excessive traffic, pollution, noise, and safety concerns, far above what is acceptable. Even the EIR, with its many flaws, found that Hillbrook's traffic currently creates a significantly impaired residential environment on Marchmont. That is the antithesis of what should be seen in a low-density residential zone. Please reject Hillbrook's request to expand. Any expansion would further deteriorate the residential environment and violate town code. After denying Hillbrook's application, we ask that the council initiate a review of the current CUP to strengthen the conditions such that it requires Hillbrook to operate only under conditions that do not impair the integrity and character of our residential neighborhoods. The 2001 CUP was intended to accomplish that goal, but has proven ineffective. Current leadership at Hillbrook has chosen to simply ignore or interpret the CUP in ways that were never intended and have intensified the use of the property in ways that are not appropriate for our neighborhood. The 2001 CUP needs to be strengthened and made enforceable in several ways which neighbors have described in our papers. Reasonable compromises were made in 2001. When Hillbrook assured the town and neighbors that it would not seek to expand. Hillbrook's guarantees were never fulfilled. Enrollment should be capped at 315 and enforced. The new CUP should more clearly limit the types and times of activities in order to preserve the residential environment. That is required by town code. Whether or not the council decides to allow Hillbrook any enrollment increase, we have supplied detailed provisions for an amended CUP which we feel are critical to ensure the integrity of the neighborhood, compliance, and enforcement, all of which should be adopted by the town in order to preserve the quality of life in our neighborhood. A transparent full-day vehicle cap shared equitably between Hillbrook's two access points. Council members, we do not live here on average. We live in our homes and our neighborhoods every day. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to wrap up. Are there questions? Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to call the three names. No, you will not get a prize. Kathleen Sullivan, Christina Nakagawa, and Steve Baratsoff. Kathleen Sullivan. Okay. Christina Nakagawa and Steve Baratsoff. Hi, Sullivan. Hi.
Yes, my name is Kathleen Sullivan with Nelson Nygaard. We've been working with the school on their transportation program since 2012. And I just had a few comments on the maximum versus average issue. We've been working very closely analyzing all the data. The first thing is an average is really the most useful measure for the council to adopt because it paints a representative picture of traffic. It essentially captures what the ongoing ambient daily impacts that the school is having on the neighborhood. And so it's a very apt way to measure the school's compliance with its conditional use permit. Maximums, if they are used, as was stated earlier, are imposed to ensure that the school isn't creating any sort of undue impact at any specific time during the peak period. However, the key point with maximums, and this can't be underlined enough, is that they should be 25 to 30% above whatever the established average is. This is also true at other schools. The Menlo School, for example, which has been used in a couple cases, when we did the TDM program for them, they have both an average and a maximum. The maximum was set 25 to 30% above what the established average was, and compliance with the CUP is done based on the average, not on the maximum. I would encourage the council to consider using an average for compliance, to comply with industry standard, and to give you the best measurement of how, on an ongoing daily basis, the school is having an impact on the neighborhood. I would also encourage the council to set this average cap based on the baseline counts that are on record in the EIR, which is the 880 figure that was mentioned earlier. The thing that I wanted to make clear in our professional opinion is that an 880 average for the new CUP would be a very aggressive stance for the council to take with the school. It would be difficult for them to achievable, but difficult. It essentially would be agreeing to add 99 students to the campus while abiding within what is currently approved in terms of traffic for the school. So no increase in what they're currently approved to generate. With an addition of 99 students. To expect them to reduce traffic below what they're currently producing with the addition of 99 students would not be reasonable and would be extremely difficult for the school to achieve. If the commission is inclined to impose a maximum, again, should be 25 to 30% above what the established average is. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Any questions? Thank you. Christina Nakagawa, then Steve Baratsoff, and then Charlie Leeming.
Good evening. I'm Christina Nakagawa, and I work for Hillbrook School in the front office. Both the town and Hillbrook's traffic engineers agree that averages work because averages account for the natural daily variation of car trips and ensure a fair representative picture of typical traffic conditions. The 880 cap of total daily trips doesn't allow Hillbrook to function as a traditional school. In my role as front desk assistant last year, I witnessed firsthand children coming and going from school due to illness, injury, outside appointments. Our parents deserve to be able to pick up their children in case of an emergency or to simply visit the dentist. I have also experienced the hard work that our entire community has done to be able to lower the car count and ease the traffic in the Marchmont neighborhood. I would get multiple calls on a daily basis from parents sending messages to their child to carpool with a friend or ride the shuttle. And I guarantee that none of our parents wants to be car number 881. But sometimes it's necessary due to unforeseen circumstances. I put the chart up that Mr. Hammers showed earlier because I want to talk about the 15 days in the middle there. Those 15 days were over 880 for normal reasons, including bad weather, parent meetings, daytime classroom presentations, and a bus breakdown that put our total at 890. All of these events are perfectly normal in the daily operation of a school. I also have a calendar that shows how we would calculate our average. I have copies for all of you as well. For instance, this is the first 3 months of the first semester of this year. The green days are days that would count toward the average. They're regular school days. The red days are days that wouldn't count. Holidays, weekends, and conference days where traffic is significantly low. The average would be a true average representing regular traffic patterns for Hillbrook School. An 880 average is fair and respects the Hillbrook community by allowing our students and parents to attend a school that is allowed to function as a school. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, thanks. And yes, for any of you using charts and things, if you could give them to the clerk so that they can get distributed to the council, we'd appreciate it. Steve Baratsoff, then Charlie Leeming, and then Sharon Elder.
Hi, thank you, Town Council and Mayor, for having us. I'm Steve Baratsoff. I came to Los Gatos in 1950, moved to Karen Court on 92. So when we moved in, Hillbrook was a very small school. It was a very friendly environment. The neighborhood was there. The school in 2010 became very aggressive, started using outside third parties to come in the summer. And that's when the neighbors started to feel what Hillbrook's new situation, their new management took over and wanted to develop an extremely aggressive development program. The number that 880, this number was come up after the last traffic report in the EIR. The average in that report was 814, and that's their number. That's what they paid for. They said 814 showed that their traffic mitigation plan had worked. They were very successful at that. In actuality, that's a skewed number, and the neighbors said it, but everybody ignored it. And now they're saying 880. 880 goes back to before traffic mitigation. And then they get very belligerent and say, look, if we don't get our way, then we'll go back to the 880, which was before traffic mitigation. I don't hear anybody talking about what they're going to do to decrease traffic. The other thing is that we are, all these people are here, or half of them are here because already this is a very severe impact to the neighborhood and Los Gatos. The town has a choice here. they can protect the neighborhood, Los Gatos, or they can just go with, let's just let everybody develop, more traffic, less safety, and I don't really understand what the purpose is to increase a development in a nonprofit school, and their nonprofit, last year they had a little bit of a loss, but there's nothing wrong with that. Hillbrook is a good school. They can remain that way and not impact the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? And let me all tell you that when the yellow light turns on, that means you have 30 seconds left. Not that I want you to use your entire time. You have up to 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Baratsoff. Charlie Leeming, Sharon Elder, and then Robin Blum.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time. My wife and I have been Los Gatos residents for 12 years. We love the town. We love the services it provides. And we have 3 children. And as my first child was approaching kindergarten age, I was advised heavily to get out in a cold evening in February and sleep out overnight to make sure my child could get into our local grammar school, Dave's Avenue, which I did from midnight to 8 a.m., and I was 13th in line. So we were looking at other schools also, and we're thrilled and fortunate enough to send our kids to Hillbrook. But there was a really strong positive feeling that we could also know that we were reducing the burden on the town's school budget and the overcrowding and the popularity of Los Gatos. This will likely to continue to be a challenge. So I feel the council has approved Hillbrook improving the school, improving an asset for the town, improving a scenario where we can potentially take additional burden off the town's school population by expanding. That decision's been made. Approximately 60% of the students are in that school district. 60% of the current Hillbrook students come from a area, Los Gatos and part of Montessorino, where they would attend Los Gatos Public Schools if they use that system. So I would ask that the council significantly evaluate converting this from a maximum to an average. It's my feeling, and I believe, that the school has committed to that average, has achieved that average on a good faith basis, and is committed to achieving that average on a go-forward basis, while again improving the school by allowing us to modify it to a level we think is more appropriate and a better development environment for our kids. So with that, I just would wrap up and say, the number one priority is to continue to have the quality and the culture that we have developed at Hillbrook. You've heard some statements about why do you go over the average? Your kid is sick, you have a situation, a school bus breakdown, etc. There's critical meetings you need to get to, things happen. But again, this amount of traffic has existed for several years from my point of view, and I hope the council will reconsider changing those 3 letters from max to average. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leeming. Questions? Thank you. Sharon Elder, Robin Blum, and then Karen Anderson.
My name is Sharon Elder. I live at 205 Marchmont Drive. I'm here to urge you to reject the application to increase enrollment submitted by Hillbrook. Firstly, I want to say we're not here to bash Hillbrook. Our kids have friends at Hillbrook. It's a great school. This is not personal. This is about protecting our neighborhood. Hillbrook does not need to be protected from us. Our interests and safety is what needs to be protected. We have been living in Marchmont Drive, the upper portion, for over 10 years. When we first moved here, we were aware that there was a school at the end of our street, but were assured at that time that there was a CUP in place to protect the neighborhood from excessive traffic. After all, Hillbrook is not residential use is a non-residential use in a residential zone. They are an anomaly. Having a school at the end of a dead-end street in a residential area is not the norm. The CUP was in place to address this and protect our neighborhood and property values. Hillbrook has proven time and again that they cannot keep within the parameters of the current CUP. They've exceeded enrollment, exceeded the current car maximums, and have changed the dynamic of our neighborhood by finding loopholes in the current CUP. If something was not expressively included, they use that as an opening to do it anyway. We have experienced summer camps and adult education classes and third-party users using the campus. They have increased evening sport programs and training classes and did this because it wasn't called out in the current CUP. So rather than ask for permission to do something new, they asked for forgiveness, or not, as the case would be, and have chosen to modify it as they see fit. With all of the infractions Hillbrook has had to the current CUP, why are we rewarding bad behavior? We should be holding them accountable for their past actions and enforcing the current CUP, not entertaining further requests to increase enrollment. The new CUP, as Hillbrook intended, it was written like New Year's resolutions. Their intentions are good. They want to reduce traffic, carpool, bus, etc. But when it actually comes to enforcing any of those plans to mitigate traffic, like having a maximum car count, they don't want to be held responsible for actually making it happen. They want to do it in good faith, and like all good faith activities, like New Year's resolutions, they fail. I asked you to say no to the Hillbrook expansion and no to averaging. We live in this neighborhood every day. We don't live there on average. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Elder. Okay, so I'm going to not ask for questions unless one of the council member gives me a high sign, so that we'll just assume that there's not unless we get that. Robin Blum, Karen Anderson, Doug Kernan. Ms. Blum.
Good evening, council members. As I mentioned, I'm Robin Blum, and I live on Stony Brook Road with my husband and 2 children who are students at Blossom Hill School. We as neighbors can't tell Hillbrook how to manage its traffic, programming, class size, or anything else, but Hillbrook has to live with the constraints of its non-residential use deep within a low-density residential neighborhood. Their traffic should be limited to 781 daily vehicle trips, which is the number the ITE gives for private schools like Hillbrook. Hillbrook can also make choices that don't involve increasing traffic in the neighborhood. The most obvious is if they can't keep their traffic under 781 is to open the access at Ann Arbor to accommodate the extra trips, or at minimum for student walkers and bikers and its 80 or so staff. Ann Arbor is a public street, and fear of legal action shouldn't prevent making smart choices for the residents of this town. Another option is for Hillbrook to use its current location as a JK through 5th grade school with 315 students and open a larger middle school at another location. This is what Harker and Crystal Springs did when they expanded. How about reducing the number of home sports games by having the other 14 schools Hillbrook competes with host more of those games? Currently, Hillbrook hosts more than 77% of the inter-school games. Hillbrook could also reduce after-school activities or schedule them to end at the same time so that parents could carpool or use the shuttle. Since 2009, Hillbrook has increased all of these activities without regard to traffic. A traffic limit forces Hillbrook to make the choices necessary for it to be a good neighbor. Hillbrook should not be permitted to generate unlimited traffic without regard to the safety and quality of life for residents and the neighborhood overall. Hillbrook should make similar considerations for summers. In 2009, Hillbrook dramatically expanded its programs and allowed third parties to run camps and conferences. Programs ran all day, all summer, rather than just until 1 p.m., and for 6 weeks, as had been customary for nearly 30 years. Hillbrook's disregard for the traffic is clearly demonstrated by what happened in summer 2011 when they rented the campus to Stephen Cates with 900 participants. This was in addition to Hillbrook's own 100 or so campers and roughly 100 breakthrough Silicon Valley students. 1,100 students on a campus with a CUP that allows only 315. We asked for a summer traffic cap of 160 daily trips. We want our quiet summers back, and we want there to be a hard cap. I implore the council to do what's right to preserve the quality of life and ensure the safety of all residents. Say no to averaging and support daily traffic limits for both the school year and summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blum. Karen Anderson, Doug Kernan, and it looks like Sally Edsall. Ms. Anderson.
May it please the council, my name is Karen Anderson. I'm an Hillbrook alumna, class of 1986. I also have a daughter, Morgan, in the 5th grade currently. The Planning Commission got it right. The stated goal of the Planning Commission was to allow a reasonable increase of enrollment at Hillbrook School while keeping traffic levels the same. That was the stated goal. The problem was how they went about implementing that goal with the cap instead of with an average. The prejudicial error here that we asked the council to correct is to actually enforce what the Planning Commission was trying to do. Now, when I was a student back at Hillbrook in the 70s and 80s, traffic backed up well down Marchmont, past Hilo. It was stop and go. I remember sitting in my mom's car waiting to get into the school. Hillbrook has done the right thing by mitigating traffic tremendously since that time. They've had the carpools, the bus, and all the other great things you've heard about. And Hillbrook did the right thing so it could show the council that it could actually increase enrollment without increasing traffic. So it did this in advance of asking for a modification of the CUP, saying, look, busing works, the newly striped lanes up at the school works. It gets the traffic off the street. So in 2001, there were 1,400 plus car trips a day, and they reduced that number down to 880 by 2011. Now, what the school is being penalized for is doing that. Right now, we're taking that 880 number from 2011 and making that a maximum. So not only is that not fair that the 880 number is being used, but to use that as a maximum makes it doubly unfair. So I hope you've all seen for yourself, and I'm grateful to hear that everybody's gone to Marchmont and seen the traffic. I rarely go to school now because my daughter takes the bus. But when I do, I see traffic very intermittent. There's spacing between the cars. People are moving at reasonable levels because the community enforces doing the right thing, which is controlling traffic, and the community will continue to do that. But the school should be rewarded for the efforts that it's put into mitigating traffic. And it should have the 880 number be at least made an average instead of a cap. That's the only fair thing to do. Doing that is a data-driven decision based on what's actually happening, not based on people's emotions. It's based on data. The EIR and the TIRE say no traffic impact. It achieves what the Planning Commission was trying to achieve, which is reasonable enrollment increase without an increase in traffic. It allows the school to be a school, and it's the fair thing to do.
Thank you. Doug Kernan, Sally Edsall, and Karen Meckstroth.
Good evening. I'm Doug Kernan. I'm an 18-year resident of Los Gatos. Live with my wife and family, 3 children on Short Road. A recently published book entitled Groupthink describes how a group, when presented with factual data that contradicts their core beliefs, will freely dismiss that data as erroneous. That certainly seems to be the case here. And while I won't reiterate the math facts that have been outlined by earlier speakers, I will say that based on the data, I think that a combination solution that incorporates either an average and a cap, or a bimodal cap certainly is much more realistic than the max that has been put on the CUP as it stands. And this is the basis for my request to the council to rule in favor of Hillbrook's appeal. In actuality, I'd love to see Hillbrook's TDM efforts recognized by the town and used as an example of what can be done when the school and concerned parents work together to solve a problem. This, instead of holding Hillbrook up and having it misrepresented as the source of that problem. There's an old Russian proverb that most of us here remember in its more recent context. Trust, but verify. The school and its families are committed to being held accountable for reasonable, realistic limits associated with the CUP. And while I don't believe you may be a common refrain on the 2nd grade playground, it's not particularly useful in discussions between adults looking for compromise solutions. I encourage you to accept the Hillbrook appeal so that we can all move forward together toward a positive resolution and ongoing improvements in the community, and most importantly, in the education and the safety of its children. Thank you.
Mr. Kernan. Sally Edsall, Karen Meckstroth, Lee Quintana.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Sally Edsall. I'm here tonight to ask your support for Hillbrook School's 99 student enrollment increase with a daily average of 880 cars. I live in the neighborhood adjacent to Hillbrook and have 2 children, one at Los Gatos High and one at Hillbrook. Our family cares deeply about the neighborhood surrounding Hillbrook and has been a dedicated carpooling, biking, walking family all 12 years that we have been at Hillbrook. I assure you, we have gone to great effort to be conscientious and considerate neighbors to those residents living near Hillbrook, even when it's been most inconvenient and time-consuming. It pains me to hear the neighbors' mean-spiritedness, distrust, and complaints. We have done so much to decrease traffic, pulling cars off Los Gatos roadways. It's truly frustrating. Try driving by any of the public schools at peak hours. Now, that is traffic. I straddle both sides of the public-private schools and marvel at the inequity between the two. The public schools have increased by over 1,000 students the past 10 years, while Hillbrook has not grown at all in the past 25. Despite this double standard, Hillbrook has shown that through its traffic mitigation program, we can change the culture of the school and reduce traffic, while at the same time, no traffic mitigation reduction has been imposed on our public cohorts to balance growth and traffic. It's unfair that I should be afraid or uncomfortable to drive on campus to pick up my child for a doctor's appointment, attend a grade level event, volunteer, or to participate in any way. As parents, you know there are unforeseen events when you need to go to your child's school unexpectedly and immediately. Life happens. I believe all of you council members are parents and therefore have driven your own children to school for countless reasons or picked them up. You know that schools are the very heart of a family's life when raising children, and there are many unpredictabilities and unforeseen events that cause you to drive to your child's school. I hope you will consider this when you make your decision regarding Hillbrook School. Please don't restrict Hillbrook School, a school that long precedes the neighbors who chose to buy their homes there, to the point it can no longer function like all other Los Gatos schools do. Please ensure that Hillbrook can continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edsel. Karen Meckstroff, Lee Quintana, Ali Khani.
Mayor Jensen and council members, my name is Karen Meckstroth. I'm a Los Gatos resident. I have 2 children at Hillbrook School. They started in junior kindergarten and they are now in 7th grade. And ever since my kids were little, I have been a full-time working mom. I feel like I am doing everything I reasonably can do to reduce traffic on Marchmont. Every morning, I drive my kids to the shuttle at the courtside parking lot. And at the end of the day, I pick them up from the shuttle at Shir Hadash or Holtz. I drill my kids every morning to make sure we have lunches, PE clothes, homework, to avoid driving to school to deliver forgotten items. And I worry about how I will handle things if Hillbrook is subject to a hard cap on traffic. Sometimes, because of work, I can't make it to the last shuttle. On those days, I need my kids to stay at school until 6 p.m. As a working parent, I am grateful my children can safely remain at school until 6 because of the extended care program. I worry that a cap could mean the end of this program. I wonder how I'm going to manage to get my kids to doctors and dentist appointments. If there's a hard cap, will parents have to take a shuttle to school to pick up their kids for appointments? It's a challenge to juggle work and my children's appointments as it is. What will I do if I have to take off an additional hour in order to catch a shuttle? I worry if I'll be able to meet with my children's teachers when I need to. When my children lost their grandmother last year, I traveled to school on a couple occasions to meet with their teachers, just to make sure my kids were okay, emotionally and academically. I know from personal experience that things happen to families at unpredictable times. I will continue to do my part, to do everything I can to reduce traffic. I believe a traffic average is a fair and reasonable approach. An average holds the school accountable and at the same time allows parents some breathing room to be parents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mextroth. Lee Quintana, Ali Khani, and Jill Fordyce.
Lee Quintana. I'm glad to see that the elephant in the room is finally coming out of the closet. The issue of the Ann Arbor Gate needs to be fully brought into the conversation to ensure the transparency of the process and decision. The CEQA analysis section states that the opening of the gate is politically infeasible, and the town is not required to address that since these are not significant impacts. The intent of CEQA, however, is as an information document to allow informed decisions based on good faith disclosure. Limiting the discussion because it is politically infeasible is neither good faith disclosure or providing a transparent process. As stated in attachment 26 of the DER did not address the option of opening the Ann Arbor Gate. Political infeasibility and balancing impacts are for the town council to determine, not the EIR. To ensure transparency, the town council needs to hear a complete dialogue regarding the opening of the Ann Arbor Gate before making those decisions, and also asking for the information that is needed to do that. Information provided in the addendums for tonight's meeting A and B, as well as in other information contained in the public record, is a beginning. Clearly, there is expert testimony to support different decisions. There is a difference between CEQA analysis and CEQA significance and the findings necessary to approve a CUP, which is a discretionary action. The CEQA analysis is based, and the determination of significance is by law based on the difference between the impact between the existing condition and the proposed condition. CUP findings are based on impact on neighborhoods, based on the goals and policies of the general plan, quite different from the CEQA requirements. Given the purpose of a CUP and the findings required, how can the town approve an increase in enrollment when, according to the EIR, the current CUP already has a significant impact on the residential neighborhood, whether or not the proposed enrollment is increased? Section 2920-180 on CUPs says that even though a use is listed in the CUP table, the listing of the conditional use does not indicate that the use must be approved. The findings must be made, and in this case, I think there is ample evidence in the record that some of the findings listed as required cannot be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quintana. Ali Khani, Jill Fordyce, apologies in advance, Ella Klarner.
Good evening. My name is Ali Khani, live on Topping Way. One question that many of us, the neighbors, asking is, why would the town even consider allowing Hillbrook an enrollment increase? What benefit is there for town residents? Hillbrook pays no taxes because it's a nonprofit. The school functions as a net drain on the town since it uses the town for fire, police, and protection, and for road maintenances without paying a penny for these services. Hillbrook says it provides a community benefit by offering the opportunity for more Los Gatos students to obtain a private school education. We don't think this is a community benefit. This benefit outweighs the extreme detrimental impact on the neighborhood, traffic-wise, noise, pollution, and many other concerns that neighbors have. Hillbrook likes to claim that increasing Hillbrook enrollment will help relieve overcrowding the public schools. The fact is an enrollment increase would have little impact on the local schools more than half the Hillbrook enrollment increase will come from out of town, adding traffic to already heavy public school traffic. Hillbrook likes to say it is a Los Gatos school, but before it began its campaign for 99 new students, Hillbrook emphasized that it wanted to increase the enrollment of students from outside the area. The school's strategic plan states that the school increasingly reflects the broad diversity of Silicon Valley, with nearly 2/3 of our families coming from outside the Los Gatos area, and that Hillbrook hopes to attract a population that is more diverse geographically. Hillbrook advertises on NPR and in newspapers in Menlo Park, Los Altos, and Palo Alto, among other cities. Hillbrook likes to claim that it has a large number of students who live in Los Gatos. However, most of the students do come from outside. This makes Hillbrook a commuter school with all the negative traffic impact that go with it. According to the town plan, the town is obligated under transportation policy to minimize opportunities for regionally generated traffic to cut through Los Gatos. If you increase enrollment at Hillbrook, you will be doing the reverse. You will be creating new opportunities for regionally generated traffic to cut through Los Gatos. And this traffic will happen at worst possible times, peak commute periods. The town plan also says the following: only approve projects for which public costs can be justified by the overall benefit to the community. Again, we ask, why would you grant?
Mr. Connie, your time is up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jill Fordyce, Ella Klerner, Melinda DiNapoli.
Good evening. I'm Jill Fordyce. I live at 191 Longmeadow with my husband and 5 children, and we've been there since 1999. The one thing that I really wanted to talk about tonight is the definition of third-party usage as that was included in the Planning Commission recommendation. We agreed with the Planning Commission recommendation that any third-party use, rental, and/or lease of the campus is prohibited. We are gravely concerned, however, with the definition of third-party use, and we fear that it could lead to further abuse if it's not clarified. It's an impermissibly broad statement, provides a pretty big loophole, one that Hillbrook could work around to allow virtually any third-party event to be hosted on campus. We're not saying that this is something they intend to do. We're just saying we want it in writing, firm, with a definition that the neighbors in Hillbrook understand that they will abide by. We'd like it to be clarified that there be no third-party rentals or use of any sort on the Hillbrook property. We've proposed language. It's actually in the neighbors' proposed conditions of approval on page 5, paragraph 7. I'm not going to waste time going through the specific definition. However, I will if anyone wants me to.
I think we're good. Thank you.
Okay. It's an important item, I think, for both sides to come to an agreement of what this third-party use would or would not mean and what's prohibited and what is not. The reason this is an important issue is, as Longmeadow neighbors, allowing third-party rentals or hosted events at Hillbrook result in a vast loss of enjoyment of our own property. We have security concerns given that we share a fence, most of us share a fence with Hillbrook. We have noise concerns as these third-party events don't occur during school time, which we are already used to. They would be after hours and during the summer. Finally, we have property value concerns. When we bought our homes, we were adjacent to a much smaller enterprise. The school's grown, the dynamic has changed. If Hillbrook is allowed to turn itself into some sort of event or conference center, which unless the language is improved, it could technically do, both our property values and our quality of life in our neighborhood and our quiet street will suffer. It's been brought up multiple times. What is the community benefit to allowing this increase to Hillbrook? And I don't see that there's any community benefit to Los Gatos by allowing them to turn what is already a school and a non-residential use in a residential area into something additional to that even. Some of us have lived here for more than 30 years. I'm speaking for my Longmeadow neighbors. And this latest proposal This latest incarnation of Hillbrook as a large year-round school and facility impairs the integrity and character of our neighborhood and is not in conformance with the general plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ella Klerner, Melinda DiNapoli, and Kristen Dryden.
My name is Ella Klerner, and I'm a 6th grader at Hillbrook School. I've been at Hillbrook for 7 years now, and I have noticed recently that there has been a drastic change in the number of cars on campus. Personally, I never used to take the bus. As of the beginning of this school year, I challenged myself to take the bus all the time. Since then, there hasn't been a day I haven't taken the bus. My top 3 reasons why I think taking the bus is actually a benefit for us. 1, it's like a giant carpool, but also like a party because everyone's surrounded by a lot of people they're excited to see. 2, I feel good about it because it's helping the environment with less cars. 3, taking the bus will hopefully allow Hillbrook to expand, which means that we have more kids on our basketball team and we have a chance to win against the other teams that have double the amount of kids. This is why I think expanding the number of students and keeping light transportation is achievable, and we can make neighbors happy while adding those 99 students. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Dryden. Now I'm gonna get this wrong. Jan Betty. Sorry. Michelle Regan.
I'm Melinda DiNapoli. I was before Kristen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thanks for calling me out on that.
Sure, no problem. Good evening, Mayor Jensen and members of the Town Council. My name is Melinda DiNapoli. I'm a mom of 2 Hillbrook students and 1 alum. My husband and I were both born and raised here. I went to Saratoga High School, and my husband went to Los Gatos High School. We've been proud to be part of the wonderful Hillbrook school community for 12 years. We live in Saratoga, approximately 3.5 miles away from Hillbrook, in a neighborhood where the kids attend many different schools, such as Harker, St. Mary's, Saratoga Elementary, Bellarmine, and Presentation. All these schools are in neighborhoods where the only way to get to them, like Hillbrook, is by driving our public streets. We are blessed to live in an area with so many great choices to educate our children. We have fantastic public, private, and religious schools. We should not limit the opportunities for any child to go to any one of these schools because of where they are located and because of the opposition of a few. Hillbrook is working hard to be a good neighbor. The neighbors of Hillbrook, in return, refuse to acknowledge any improvements the school has made. During our years at Hillbrook, we have seen a huge reduction in traffic. We have always carpooled, and now our kids get up early in order to ride the bus to school. A drive that would take us only 7 minutes now has us leaving the house 45 minutes early. We are committed to Hillbrook, so we do what we can to help the school, but we are being asked to do more than any parents in the Los Gatos-Saratoga area. It's hard to go to such lengths to improve a neighborhood and then feel nothing but animosity from the very neighbors who are benefiting from our efforts. It is time for the City Council to look closely and see the true facts. The truth is that the students at Hillbrook walk, ride, carpool, or bus to school. The car counts have dropped significantly. There is an EIR that shows no negative impact with an increase in students. Staff has recommended and supported Hillbrook's plan. A Los Gatos police officer confirmed that Marchmont is not an unsafe street. Please allow Hillbrook to grow and evolve. Don't allow the neighbors to bully the school and choke it so that it can't survive. Hillbrook is full of tradition and history and should be a proud part of the Los Gatos community. The Hillbrook motto is to be kind, to be curious, to take risks, and to be your best. Allow Hillbrook to live out its model and be its best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. DiNapoli. Kirsten Dryden. And Jan, the name I can't pronounce. You know who you are. Michelle Regan.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Dryden. My husband and I have lived here for 15 years. We own a local toy store called Automobile. We have 2 kids who attend Hillbrook and love it. Hillbrook is a great school and community. The Hillbrook community shops in our town and gives to our community. I know this for a fact because I'm a business owner. Hillbrook parents have events and hold fundraisers in our town. As far as traffic goes, Hillbrook is the only school in town that has cut down our traffic problem. I live in downtown Los Gatos, and we are 5 minutes from school, but it takes us 20 minutes to get to school. There are no bus systems besides Hillbrook Bus System. My kids take the bus. Hillbrook's expansion is needed for the growth of our middle school and the benefit of our kids. My daughter is in 5th grade now, and she needs more classmates, clubs, sports, and expanded education options. Hillbrook is a state-of-the-art school, which the town should be very proud of. Please approve Hillbrook's expansion.
Thank you. Jan, and I can't wait to hear how you pronounce it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jan Komtebedde.
I wasn't not even close. Missed it by that much.
That's all right.
Okay.
I'm a Los Gatos resident and a Hillbrook parent. I'd like to use the overhead projector. Building a bridge requires a foundation and meeting in the middle. Unfortunately, one of the foundations has significant issues. While some of these components may be funny, some are actually quite offensive, and it is obvious that the other side would rather see Hillbrook School closed. With some compromise, I think some compromise and some basic trust on both sides, I believe there is a way for the town council to build a bridge. If the other side would accept the average as opposed to the maximum, Hillbrook is committed to maintain the 880 average while increasing the enrollment in the school. There are fines in place that provide leverage to enforce this. And I think based on this, I recommended to the town council to grant the appeal that Hillbrook has proposed and support high quality education while maintaining an average traffic levels to minimize the impact on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And without singling anyone out, I have really, I think I can speak for all of us, appreciated your presentations and the factual basis, but some opinions regarding perhaps opinions held that aren't yours are creeping in. So to the extent that we can try to keep those out, I know that we'd all appreciate it. So if you could stick to the facts, ma'am, that would be great. So Michelle Regan, Heather Del Cielo, Mark Silver.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Regan. I live at 272 Marchmont Drive. I lived there with my family for 14 years. I'm hoping that the Town Council will take time to address Hillbrook's summer use of its campus. The Planning Commission CUP combines summer use and school year use and talks about year-long use, so summers get no special treatment. The CUP allows the same enrollment and traffic for the summer and the school year. Yet historically, the summer and school year have been very different. Before 2009, when the new administration took over, summers at Hillbrook were low-key and quiet, with little traffic, and there were roughly 100 students and fewer than 160 daily car trips. Summer camps lasted for only 6 weeks and ran from 8:30 to 1 p.m., much like the Los Gatos public schools. The neighborhood residents always looked forward to quiet summers, which helped to balance out the busy traffic and noise that we endured throughout the school year. I believe you should create a condition in the new CUP that only allows Hillbrook enrolled students to participate in summer programs that are Hillbrook-run programs. Hillbrook should not be allowed to enroll students for summer programs only, such as Breakthrough Silicon Valley. If the students are not going to school for the fall and spring semesters, they should not be considered enrolled in Hillbrook. The increased summer use violates the conditional use modification section of the town code because it is a substantial departure from plans which were the basis of the conditional use permit approval. If Hillbrook had followed the town code, it would have applied to the town for a CUP modification before dramatically increasing its summer use. Increases include including third-party uses such as Steve and Kate's Camp, Playful People Productions, Way to Go Foundation, Santa Fe Leadership Center, and Breakthrough Silicon Valley. The summer issue also raises the question of Breakthrough Silicon Valley. The Planning Commission, CUP, erroneously calls this program a Hillbrook Run program. Even Mark Silver at the September 30th Planning Commission meeting did not make this claim. He said that Hillbrook partners with Breakthrough Silicon Valley. Breakthrough is in fact run by Breakthrough Collaborative, which is a national organization with more than 30 programs throughout the country. This is a clear third-party use and should not be permitted. Third-party use has been another recent problem during summers. The Planning Commission tried to correct this problem with the condition clearly prohibiting third-party use. However, the current condition contains a definition of third-party that allows rather than prohibits third-party use and contradicts what the commissioners were proposing. We would like that definition rewritten so that it reflects commissioners.
And Ms. Regan, I'm sorry, but your time is up. Thank you very much. Heather Del Cielo, Mark Silver, Mike Wood.
Hi, my name is Heather Dolcello, and I live on Marchmont Drive.
Sorry.
That's okay. Neighbors believe that summers and school year at Hillbrook are quite different. Yet the CUP approved by the Planning Commission simply lumps summers and the school year together. It does not provide separate enrollment or traffic conditions for summers. In fact, the Planning Commission really didn't discuss summers separately from the school year at all. Hillbrook, the neighbors, and staff all proposed that traffic be lower during the summers. Yet the commissioners do not seem to have considered this. In addition, neighbors asked for lower enrollment and shorter hours during the summers. Historically, summers have been quiet at Hillbrook. Through the summer of 2010, summers allowed neighbors a welcome respite from noise, pollution, and unsafe traffic conditions. In years past, Hillbrook's summer programs, if any, were quite small and had minimal impact on the neighborhood. During summer 2011, Hillbrook outraged the neighborhood by renting its campus to a camp that enrolled more than 900, yes, let me say that again, 900 children. Traffic disrupted everyone's summer. Since then, Hillbrook has kept within its enrollment limit, but has added about 125 students in Breakthrough Silicon Valley, which we continue to believe is a third-party use that should not be permitted on the Hillbrook campus. On June 20th, 2012, Hillbrook submitted to the town record 4 pages documenting their 2012 facilities usage, and here is one of the pages. A little hard to see.
Any chance of making that bigger, Madam Clerk? Thank you.
As you can see, the various summer activities on campus are clearly detailed. That should just give you an idea of that. And then this. This table collates the information and shows the different camp options available throughout the summer and the number of children attending. As you can see, summer programs as recently as 2012 only included 20 to 60 Hillbrook children per week. We ask that Town Council approve a separate summer condition to maintain quiet summers. We ask that the condition and limit enrollment to Hillbrook run programs for full-time Hillbrook students and a maximum of 100 campers per week. This condition allows Hillbrook to continue to provide the summer camps that their students know and love in a manner that preserves our low-density residential neighborhood. Thank you.
You actually have a question. Councilman Rennie.
I've been dying to ask questions. I tend to agree that the CUP doesn't have anything controlling the summer in there, and I actually see that Hillbrook suggested half car count limit for the summer, but I don't think that made it into CUP. You're talking about students, but most of the rest of it, we're really talking about car counts to keep people down. So I guess my question really is more about car count. Is half of the normal year cars a reasonable car count limit for the summer? Let's say we also limit it to only a 6-week period.
I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of everyone in the neighborhood, but I
Sorry
think
to
that,
put you on,
No,
on the spot.
but I think that, I mean, this, in my opinion, seems to be an area that all of us would agree on, that the summer can be something that can be a lot less, I think we disagree on how it should be used, right? But in terms of third-party usage and what we interpret as third-party usage. But yeah, I mean, I think that I personally would be happy with just if there's a big decrease in the number of cars that are going up and down my street. That's, you know, when you want to do your daily activities, that's just leads to a higher quality of life for the residents. So I don't want to speak for everyone, though.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. You're the lucky winner of the question. Mark Silver, Mike Wood, Margaret Randazzo.
Great. Mayor Jensen, Vice Mayor Spector, and other members of the council. My name is Mark Silver. I'm the head of school at Hillbrook. I'm also the parent of 3 children that attend Hillbrook and a resident of the town of Los Gatos. As head of school, my primary responsibility is to ensure we meet our mission, to provide an extraordinary educational experience that helps each child reach their highest individual potential in school and in life. As I've said many times before, every decision that I make is based on this mission and is trying to help us meet that mission. 4+ years ago, we decided that we thought it was really important to grow our enrollment so that we could better meet our mission as a school. I know you've encouraged us to keep our remarks brief tonight, so I'm going to limit myself to focusing right now on something that's come up over and over again, and that's actually the need to rebuild trust in our neighborhood. From the beginning, the board and I knew that achieving our educational goals would require us to be model neighbors. We have met extensively with the neighborhood, piloted creative and effective ways to mitigate traffic. The result, as you have all seen when you visited the neighborhood, has been a significant decrease in traffic, and a decrease that will allow us to grow our enrollment while keeping traffic at historic lows. As members of the town council have encouraged, we have looked to adopt solutions that will repair the distrust in our neighborhood and create a system that will resolve this conflict for generations to come. I truly believe that we are not very far apart. The creation of an all-day count will work as long as that count allows the school to continue to be a school. Just as importantly, the creation of a neighborhood council and the scheduling of regular meetings will ensure that we have an opportunity to deepen our connections with the neighborhood and, I hope, avoid this type of situation from arising in the future. As I noted at the beginning, I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I hope to be part of both the Hillbrook community and the Los Gatos community for many years to come. I am deeply committed to finding ways for the school and the neighborhood to coexist and thrive. With some relatively small changes, the town council has an opportunity to find a long-term situation that will benefit both the school and the neighborhood. Thanks.
You have 2. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ding, 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 you got 2. The numbers, there are a lot of numbers in these thousands of pages that we've read. The number that keeps coming up as far as the average from the school is 880. But that average means that there are numbers to the left and to the right of that average. What is I'm assuming you're requesting an average of 880, and if it's the average, what are the outside parameters of the most that you would have?
So, I mean, I don't have that chart in front of me, but for example, if you look at last spring, I think the high, which was one of the exception, one of those days that was excluded because it was a nighttime event, was somewhere above 1,100. You know, what we've been, you know, initially when we proposed an 880 average, we proposed a cap of 1,100.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Rennie.
So I'd like to go back to the summer issue. Assuming we get past the 880 issue, I think there's a hole for the summer, as I just mentioned. And in talking with you, you told me that you realized it was a mistake the summer of 2011, and I'm sure you would never make that mistake again. But you may not be the head of school forever, so the next person down the line might get ideas. So I think we should have something that severely limits the summer. Particularly if we get to actually letting you have more students, I think that the neighbors need a respite during the summer. So I wanted to ask some questions about that. I think the neighbors have suggested 100 student maximum. Is that reasonable? Or I think you've mentioned 200 you would like?
So we proposed 207.
207?
Actually, in the original application to the Planning Commission, the idea being half of the normal school year.
And now what about limiting the time so that the neighbors get noise shut off early, like say 3 o'clock, maybe 8:30 to 3? Is that a reasonable time limit?
I mean, we would ask for 8:30 to 4:30, but we would be willing to limit the time. We understand the desire to see less activity in the summer.
And you've suggested, I think, in here half the car count.
Yes.
Does that cover all the questions? I think so. Thanks.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Silver, your current use permit states that you're allowed 165 trips in the morning and 165 trips in the afternoon. If you were to add students, would you still be able to operate within the confines of those numbers?
Yes.
Okay, so assuming that your existing use permit stayed the same, with the exception of increased enrollment, is that something that you could work with?
Yeah, yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Councilwoman Sayoc. Just giving you the chance while everyone's asking questions.
It's actually, you know what, I'm going to pass. So.
Okay. And if you don't get a question, it doesn't mean we haven't read what you have to say or listened very carefully. It just means we aren't asking you a question. So, Mr. Silver, thank you. Oh, you've got another one. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. Just for clarification, the question was just asked you about 165 under the current CUP. That's 165 exiting in the morning and in the afternoon, which means, for example, in the morning you would have twice as many trips as the 165 because they would come up and then they would exit, correct?
It's a little, in the morning it's a little more complicated that because people are coming on. So in other words, you have faculty and staff coming on, so they come on but they don't go off.
All right.
So you actually have a slightly higher number coming in the morning. And then that's part of the reason why you have a number of cars going off after 3:45, because some of those cars, not all of them, but some of those cars are faculty staff cars that are going off after 3:45.
Fair enough. It's the students who would come and go in the morning, for example, but the staff would
So
just
the
stay there.
165, that number when it was originally set was, reflected student cars coming on and off.
And also, the 165 under your current CUP deals with those exiting, to simplify, exiting autos in the morning and the afternoon, but it doesn't deal with the non-critical hours. And the rest of the day under your current CUP is not governed by the CUP.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Silver. Margaret Randazzo, Kim Virchin, Greg Blum. And I'm going to ask the clerks to just leave that Los Gatos sign off because everybody stands up and takes it off, so don't put it back on again. You don't look like Margaret Randazzo. You're Mike Wood.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Mike Wood. My wife and I are local residents with the first and second grader attending Hillbrook, which is a Los Gatos school. I actually my kids are part of the 60% that Charlie Leeming mentioned earlier. In fact, I think I was actually at Dave's at 4 a.m. the same day he was. I was number 14 in line to get my oldest also into Dave's, knowing that it was an impacted program. Traffic is worse than ever in Los Gatos, but it's not because of Hillbrook. In fact, Hillbrook has been part of the solution to reduce traffic, not part of the problem. The data on the bottom table of this slide shows that more than 900 new students have been added to Los Gatos public schools over the last 8 years. That's excluding Lexington. The top table shows that enrollment has increased by 32% over that same period at Los Gatos public schools, which operate within 0.7 of a mile from Hillbrook. And Hillbrook traffic, though, has never been better. Independent traffic studies validate that traffic has dropped significantly, and as most of you have done, a visit to Marchmont Drive will affirm that traffic is limited and nothing like what the opponents claim. In the early 2000s, traffic ran out from the school into the street along Marchmont in both the morning and the afternoon. there were nearly 200 cars during morning and afternoon peak periods. Today, morning peak hours are just over 100 cars and between 115 and 125 cars in the afternoon peak period. Hillbrook has actually decreased traffic by 38% over the last decade based on a 2013 traffic study. This is all based on fact. 1/3 of Hillbrook students ride a shuttle bus, and according to a destination study, approximately only 3% of Hillbrook traffic actually travels down Cardinal Lane and Stony Brook Road, which represents about 25 cars per day, an area which opponents claim to be inundated with Hillbrook vehicles. And approximately only 15% of Hilo's average daily trips are due to Hillbrook, which makes up less than 25% of Hillbrook traffic. Please demonstrate your support for education in Los Gatos by enabling Hillbrook to thrive through your approval of the updated Hillbrook Cup, which has no additional impact on traffic in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Margaret Randazzo, Kim Virchin, and Greg Blum.
Good evening. My name is Margaret Randazzo, and I'm the CFO at Hillbrook School. First, I want to thank you, Mayor, and the members of the Town Council for your time in considering this important matter to our organization and our community. While the key focus of our comments have been to convert the 880 max car cap to an average, there are two minor cleanup items we want to make sure the Town Council considers in their approval. The items are significant to our day-to-day operations, and we do not believe they have a significant impact on the neighborhood. The timing of the ground and facilities maintenance approved by the Planning Commission makes it impossible for our janitorial services to clean our school. The approved condition restricts these services to no later than 5 p.m. We're asking that a more reasonable time frame in the evening is approved, as it is critical for a school to have clean classrooms to ensure the health and safety of our children. Separately, we are fine with shifting our outdoor grounds maintenance to Monday through Friday rather than Saturday when it is currently performed. Second, students start arriving at our school at 7:30, so the current condition approved by the Planning Commission does not allow our faculty and staff to arrive before the children. This clearly cannot work. We are asking for a more reasonable arrival time. Thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you very much. Okay, Kim Virchin, Greg Blum, and Barbara Dotson.
Good evening, Mayor Jensen and council members. I'm Kim Bryan from Archmont Drive. We're here tonight to define the conditions that Hillbrook needs to meet in our low-density residential neighborhood. The last time these entities met to modify the conditional use permit was 2001. That was also a long process with much passion on all sides. Sarah Bain, the then head of Hillbrook, wrote many letters about Hillbrook's dedication to carpooling. She stressed that Hillbrook must become, a quote, an entirely carpooling community. A permanent carpooling coordinator was added with a committee of 12 parents. And all new students were told in their acceptance letter that they were expected to carpool. The school focused on carpooling and participation soared. When the 165 limit during peak periods was put into place, it was intended to cover daily Hillbrook student traffic. The clause was written poorly, the town enforced it poorly, but that was the intention. And Hillbrook successfully met that requirement. From April until October 2001, all 315 students were transported from their homes to school in under 660 trips a day. The trips into and through the entire town of Los Gatos numbered 660. If Hillbrook had maintained that priority on carpooling, we wouldn't be here today. Hillbrook was a carpooling school in the beginning. They were a carpooling school in 2000. They should be a carpooling school now. Instead, Hillbrook ignored traffic mitigation for 9 years. This time, Hillbrook isn't focusing on carpooling, which moves people from their homes to the school. Instead, there are shuttle stops and kiss and ride locations that result in parents driving into the town, but not up the hill to Hillbrook. In 2001, Sarah Bain wrote, "Today, over 200 cars can go up and down the hill each morning, and over 200 cars go up and down the hill in the afternoon. That's too many. 800 trips a day were too many in 2001. Why, with the same enrollment, are they too few today? The Planning Commission daily cap of 880 makes sense. And the document that Chuck Hammer showed you, that he showed you the exceptions that Hillbrook has had in the first semester this month. That was before the Planning Commission set a cap. Hillbrook consistently had less than 880 cars. The majority of the days over 880 were due to a campus activity where the school could plan ahead to prevent excessive traffic. Hillbrook can achieve an 880 cap and did, even when it wasn't required. Oops. I've seen most of the council watching traffic recently. What you've seen is around 700 to 750 cars traveling to Hillbrook. If you had the daily traffic data from Hillbrook, you would know exactly how many cars you witnessed. This is what it looked like in March, with traffic stopped at all four corners. This is what it looks like when parents stop allowing their children to walk or bike to school for safety concerns. If you allow 900 or 1,000 cars onto Upper Marchmont, this is what it will look like again. Our map shows overwhelming opposition to expansion at Hillbrook because we know the harms Hillbrook's traffic and noise already create. It's time for the town council to put in place conditions that support the neighborhood. Please put in place the traffic limit of 880 trips. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for murdering your name, but thank you for the funny pictures. Greg Blum, Barbara Dodson, Mark Jameson. And while Mr. Blum is getting ready, we are going to take a break probably around 9:15, 9:30, depending on how it's going, for about 10 minutes. So get ready for that. Mr. Blum.
Thank you. Good evening, Town Council. My name is Greg Blum. I live on Stony Brook Road with my wife and 2 children who attend Blossom Hill School. First, I want to talk to the location of Hillbrook School a little bit, and then highlight a proposed solution, which is in your packet, that we would like the Town Council to consider. Only open Hillbrook Gate for vehicles and pedestrians today is Marchmont Drive, which is essentially a court. All other area schools have multiple access roads and pedestrian gates and are within 1 block of thoroughfare streets. We looked at all the private schools in the area and included that in the packet, but we even looked at all other public schools in the area and could find none with as restrictive an access as Hillbrook. This unique location and current single gate makes safety and traffic mitigation difficult, and impact of Hillbrook proposed growth will be higher than other schools located with appropriate thoroughfare and access. So I'm going to throw up a map of the area to just quickly highlight the situation. The current traffic flow on the map here is highlighted, and I have a little pointer, red dotted lines that come from Shannon, from Kennedy through Hilo, up March, all funneling into Marchmont up to the school. The solid lines you see on this diagram show where there are or are not sidewalks. The solid red lines, no sidewalks. Solid green lines, there are sidewalks. Hillbrook currently uses Blossom Hill Park parking lot, which is here, and for drop-offs, and the walkers and cyclists have to follow the same route up the dangerous windy road to the school. It's a route with no sidewalks at all. So what I'd like to do is propose a solution, and I'll come back to the map in a minute. This solution includes the town and Hillbrook, and basically has 3 easy steps, as I see it. And it'll result in traffic mitigation and safer streets. 1, Hillbrook would add a pedestrian access and garage door opener gate for use by staff and potentially other uses like delivery trucks at Ann Arbor. Also, Hillbrook could add a safety guard that would prevent people from doing drop-offs in this area, which I know is one of the Ann Arbor folks' biggest concerns. The town would add a crosswalk at Shannon and Amanda. This would be used by public schools as well as Hillbrook. And that's what this one shows, and I'll answer some questions. But if we had a crosswalk here, all the kids going to Blossom Hill School as well as Hillbrook
Mr. Blum,
could
your
use
your time is up, so let's see if there are questions for you to answer.
Any questions on the map?
No, but I will ask you, have you submitted these documents to the town?
I did. It's
And,
in the,
okay,
it's
so
in the
make sure-
packet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I want to just make sure that we all have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Barbara Dodson, Mark Jameson, and Bill Wagner.
Hello, my name is Barbara Dotson, and I live on Marchmont Drive. During this whole process, Hillbrook has been able to create a well-oiled machine using a paid staff plus lawyers, strategists, and consultants. Neighbors can't do that. Residents have lives to live, jobs to go to, children to take care of, schools to volunteer at. This process has taken over 3 years and left a trail of complicated and ever-changing requests from Hillbrook. Residents have had to spend thousands of hours and thousands of dollars just to keep up. But one thing has stayed consistent over this time. Neighbors overwhelmingly oppose this Hillbrook increase. Neighbors know the current low level of traffic is just for the moment. We saw the same thing in 2001. Hillbrook kept its traffic low while trying to get a new CUP. The minute the CUP passed, traffic edged up and up until it was at the same level it had been before. Within a year, Hillbrook had to come before the council to explain why it had already violated its traffic cap. We, the residents, have to live with the consequences of an enrollment increase. The Hillbrook parents from Los Altos, Willow Glen, Monte Sereno, Saratoga, they drive in and drive out. We live here. You shouldn't favor non-residential use in a residential zone over the rights of residents. Under the general plan, you have an obligation to our low-density residential neighborhood. An enrollment increase has almost no benefit to Los Gatos. The general plan says that the benefits to the town need to outweigh the problems that will be created. At a maximum, 30 new Los Gatos students may be added to the middle school. In contrast, you will be burdening us with more traffic and noise and making our neighborhood less safe. You shouldn't grant an enrollment increase to a school that has consistently violated its CUP. We ask you to recognize that this past record is a predictor of future behavior. Even though Hillbrook has committed all these violations, somehow their PR machine has managed to paint us as the bad guys who are opposed to education and want to shut down the school. These things are not true. Please reject the enrollment increase, but if you approve any increase, please stick with strict limits. Harker uses limits, so do the Archer School and Woodland Hills in Southern California. Crystal Springs in Belmont offered to use limits when it applied for a new facility. One school that uses averaging is the Bentley School in Oakland. There have been endless problems. Neighbors have filed numerous complaints. Instead of focusing on reducing car trips, the school focuses on gaming the averages. After all these years of unmonitored intensification of use, the least the council should do for the neighborhood is limit traffic. Setting a limit encourages ongoing daily traffic mitigation. Averaging encourages the school to look for loopholes, exceptions, and workarounds. If you must approve averages, please put the average to be achieved at under 600 so that the neighborhood will almost never be a severely impacted.
And Ms. Dodson, I'm sorry, but your time is up. Thank you very much. Mark Jameson, Bill Wagner, Maria Ristow.
Hi, my name is Mark Jameson, and I live 3 houses down from Hillbrook School at 285 Marchmont Drive. We've lived there for 14 years. When we first moved in, I attended my first town council meeting and recall the school and the neighborhood working together on the CUP. Traffic was our main concern, and we formulated a peak period where traffic would go through the neighborhood in the morning and in the afternoon. I recall the principal, Sarah Bain, at the time promised the neighborhood and the town council that the school had no plans to ever expand or increase enrollment. The town council went on to improve the rebuilding and expansion of several buildings because they were not safe based on the reassurance that the school would not expand and keep traffic in check. With the new leadership of the school, times have changed and they want to increase enrollment by 33%. The reality is the increase in enrollment will have a noticeable increase in traffic according to the traffic analysis and the tire index. if it go, by this, in this last column, which you can't see, in this very last one, it says, yes, there will be a noticeable increase in traffic. I have attended all the meetings. I'm just not here for a few years. I've reviewed all the traffic reports and the town council meetings. Just 3 months ago, the Planning Commission spent a lot of time on this issue and voted 4-3 to not approve the CUP until one of the commissioners changed his mind at the very end. I still contend that the school has not done enough through its voluntary traffic management plan to warrant an increase in enrollment, which does not increase traffic. The best thing in all the traffic reports I found was this table. This compares traffic in 2011 to traffic in 2013. And on Monday it was 861, and then in 2013 it was 874. Tuesday it was also increased. Wednesday it's not comparable, and Thursday was the only one day where it was actually decreased 2 years later. So in conclusion, this shows that averages can be manipulated by deleting days or counting days when school is not in full session. In closing, please say no to Hillbrook expansion and no to averaging. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill Wagner, Maria Ristow, and John Javi Gidal. Sorry.
Good evening. I'm Bill Wagner. I live at 16374 Hilo Road, have lived there over 20 years. I'm here tonight to focus on the issues that I'm very familiar with, traffic and traffic safety on Hilo Road. As previous speakers had mentioned, there are no sidewalks on Hilo, and because of that, all the pedestrians, all the bicyclists, the strollers, people like me out walking their dog twice a day are all walking out in the street. On the main section of Hilo Road, there's a posted 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, but it's a very wide street section, and most people drive above that speed limit. The worst part of Hilo Road is the one-lane section, which is posted at 10 miles an hour, but almost no one drives that speed. There's blind corners at the intersection of Topping, and the speeds and the combination and the mix of traffic greatly expand the safety risk for all people who use the facility. If you add more traffic to the combination of bicyclists, pedestrians, and strollers and others, you run the risk of increasing those safety risks. We urge you to stick to an enforceable cap of 880. Averaging will only increase the trips. More traffic will increase the safety risks. We see no reason that the people on Hilo Road and the rest of the neighborhood should see any increase in our personal safety due to the Hillbrook School. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Maria Ristow, John Javi Gudal, maybe, and Brian Galley.
Hi, Maria Ristow, 85 Broadway. I'm a member of the Transportation and Parking Commission, but I'm speaking as a private resident here. As an aside, yes, the public schools do have a lot of traffic issues, and I know, Mayor Jensen, you've made it a priority for this year to reach out to the schools and try and deal with the traffic, but that's a whole separate issue. Tonight we're talking about one particular school that requires a CUP. It's a non-residential use in a low-density residential neighborhood. The existing CUP has been repeatedly violated, particularly with respect to student enrollment, third-party use, weekend activities. To make matters worse, the town has not enforced the existing conditions, leaving the residents distrustful and feeling betrayed. The first thing to do is to get the CUP for the 315 students right. Deny the additional students and clarify the CUP. The conditions need to be clear and enforceable. Set the student enrollment cap at 315 and monitor and enforce this by requiring reporting of the student enrollment each year. Set a traffic level cap, not an average, and monitor and enforce this. Averages take time. You have to pick an amount of time over which you're going to enforce the average, and as seen tonight, you can't even get traffic data for this semester because it takes time to put it all together. So you don't even know what the data is from the last semester. There's a huge lag. So enforcement is difficult. Prohibit third-party use at the campus. Monitor and enforce this. Require reporting of the number of employees using job titles and names. Remove the prohibition against opening the Ann Arbor Gate. Until the school can abide by the CUP conditions with its present enrollment for at least 1 year, there should not even be a discussion about increasing enrollment. Both the town and Hillbrook need to rebuild trust with the residents, demonstrating that the rights of the neighbors can and will be protected. That protection is the point of the CUP, and it's the responsibility of our town government. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Risto. Janhavi Goodall, Brian Galley, Deborah Wagner.
Hi, I'm Janhavi Goodall. I live on Marchmont Drive with my husband and our 2 kids, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. I'm here because I'm opposed to Hillbrook's application to revise the conditional use permit, and I also object to the environmental impact report since its conclusions are based on Hillbrook's defective transportation demand management TDM policy. We were very disappointed when the Planning Commission did not require Hillbrook to make parent participation mandatory in their TDM policy. The current TDM is full of voluntary recommendations like voluntary carpooling, voluntary busing, walking, biking, and it says that it will, these strategies may work together to induce changes in parent behavior, and it looks to incentivize parent participation. Still, participation remains entirely voluntary. Once the pressure for a new CUP is off, parents are more likely to lapse back into using modes of transportation most convenient to them, as has happened in the past. Voluntary carpooling has been in the CUP since 1984. It has never worked. Hillbrook's own reports show that participation in busing dropped between September of 2012 and February of 2014. Morning bus ridership went down from 110 to 73, and in the afternoon, it went down from 60 to 47. Carpooling sign-ups also dropped during the same period. The EIR says that traffic will continue to decline under the current TDM. Actually, over the last 2 years, while the current TDM has been in effect, traffic has increased in our neighborhood. So this is an incorrect statement in the EIR. Please reject this EIR, which makes such wrong assumptions. Hillbrook's off-site kiss and ride stop strategy, wherein parents can drop off kids at a shuttle stop 5 to 10 minutes drive from the Hillbrook campus, would not eliminate trips. It would just redistribute them out of the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the Hillbrook campus. Another important point is Hillbrook's lack of a traffic mitigation plan for summers. Since 2009, Hillbrook has greatly expanded summer use of its campus. Summer traffic in our neighborhood has increased. So far, Hillbrook has failed to come up with a TDM plan making parent participation mandatory. It has failed to provide details for specific goals for traffic reduction in our neighborhood. It does not have a traffic mitigation plan for summers in addition to one for the school year. All this strongly suggests that Hillbrook has no long-term plan for declining traffic in our neighborhood. Its commitment is only for the short term as a means to an end to increase enrollment. I strongly urge you to reject Hillbrook's application and the environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Galley, Deborah Wagner, Pat Markman.
Mayor Jensen, and members of the Los Gatos Town Council. My wife and I live at 346 Bella Vista Avenue, just down the street from one of you, I believe. And I trust that you see the same traffic in our neighborhood that I see when I bike with my 2 daughters, a kindergartner and a 2nd grader, to school, to Hillbrook. I am paranoid about traffic on Bella Vista, which is very narrow, very busy as people commute to the high school, but not on Marchmont, On Marchmont, whatever traffic is there is calm. The street is wide. I know that many of you were elected on an anti-growth platform. Hillbrook is not growth. In 2011, the traffic study conducted by the town showed 880 average daily car trips. Hillbrook is proposing that same 880 average car trips. This is no new traffic. This is the opposite of growth. I know also that at least one of you drives kids around town. Why is it that you could drive your children to school while I cannot, even to attend the kindergartners' spring concert or to meet with their teacher face to face? What is before the Town Council tonight represents no new traffic. And since half of Hillbrook students live in Los Gatos, it also has the opportunity to take 50 students away from the local schools, which are projected to have an increase of 278 K through 8 students in the next 10 years. What other projects involve no new construction, no new traffic, help to alleviate school overcrowding, and make Los Gatos schools stronger? Let Hillbrook thrive. Let Los Gatos thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Wagner, Pat Markman, and Susan Piper, and we are going to take a break at 9:30.
Hello, I'm Deborah Wagner, and we've lived on Hilo for about 24 years. It's known that the purpose of a conditional use permit is to define a non-conforming land use in a specifically zoned residential area. Hillbrook is operating a business zoned for hillside residential use. Clearly, Hillbrook simply wants to expand its business, and it's also a congregational business, which causes even more traffic in a solely residential area. Why are the proposed benefits of possibly 1/3 of the new incoming business patrons overriding the quality of life and safety of a residential neighborhood? Many parents and students speaking in behalf of Hillbrook reside outside the school district. Where's the specific town benefit in dismissing the safety of numerous long-standing resident families? If Hillbrook had been accurate and forthcoming with numbers that it states, representing that 94% of its families are involved in voluntary carpooling, the safe number of 781 count would be easily attainable. If it's true that the Hillbrook families carpool, that would bring the number of double trips to well below 400. Then there are over 300 available trips for parents' participation or special class events in one day. The cushion for additional trips is already built into the safe 781 total trips needed daily. Averaging daily trips is just another misleading formula Hillbrook wants to implement because it's essentially immeasurable. Hillbrook can easily manipulate any combination of monthly trips so they are not accountable or subject to any type of enforcement or cap. It's the town's responsibility to enforce a business CUP. There are situations of parents driving up and down Hilo just to take their children to the bus stop at Blossom Hill parking lot. Then the bus drivers drive up and down Hilo again. That's 4 additional trips. That's already doubling the daily traffic, and these traffic increases are not even counted as trips to the school as entrances or exits. Who's really fooling this? Who's really being fooled when I see this increase in traffic on my street daily? The increase is a clear business expansion to maintain a competitive edge in the private school market. This is a neighborhood environment that does not exist anywhere else with single road access. Any additional students represent over $3 million to the school at the neighborhood's expense. As pictures showed in the last December issue, Los Gatos Weekly local students held signs stating, "We are a town, not a city." Regarding Hillbrook's business expansion, we are a neighborhood, not a business access thoroughfare. A business expansion is not in the interest, safety, traffic, or quality of life for the neighborhood. Please deny the expansion of a business land use. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Markman, Susan Piper, and Oliver Wang.
Thank you, Mayor and council members, for your dedication to this town. My backyard shares a property line with Hillbrook. Limiting noisy outdoor activities is essential to compatible living next door to Hillbrook. The school is a non-residential use in a low-density zone. Increasing its enrollment from 315 to 414 will increase its impact on our quality of life. We purchased our home 28 years ago when Hillbrook was a small country day school with an enrollment of 156. Increasing enrollment by 99 now will increase noise by approximately 1/3 of what we currently have. The 2020 Los Gatos General Plan, Chapter 10, references the element of noise and defines noise as a sound or series of sounds that are considered to be invasive, irritating, objectionable, and/or disruptive to the quality of daily life. Noise varies in range and volume. There is a list of goal, policy, and action statements that are intended to mitigate and reduce noise impacts in Los Gatos. This is somewhat technical, referring to the general plan. Goal NOI 6 states to ensure that sensitive receptors, including residential areas, are not exposed to unacceptable noise levels. Policy NOI 7.1 and 7.2 state, enforce noise limits and monitor compliance and noise standards. Regularly review data from both public and private sector to update noise control procedures and programs. Action NOI 7.1, the town shall establish a measurable program to reduce noise, including effective procedures to monitor noise and enforce noise reduction. We believe that council cannot approve the new CUP because the increased enrollment will be detrimental to the quality of life, the value of the homes, and will provide no benefits to the community in which it's located. We ask you to say no to Hillbrook's expansion because it doesn't support the objectives of the general plan. In the event that the CUP is partially or entirely granted, we ask that the council follow the Planning Commission's recommendations limiting games, nighttime activities, and summer activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Piper, Oliver Wang, and Jamie or Jaime Gomez Jr.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm glad you called me before the break because I traveled all the way from Oakland to be here tonight. I represent neighbors next door to a private school, and listening to all of this conversation, it's deja vu for me. Our school, the private school, moved to the area in 1969. It was a school of 200 students. It's located on a hill, a very steep hill, of which it's a horseshoe, so there are only two entrances to the neighborhood of about 350 homes. About 12 years ago, the school decided that it needed to go back and ask the city for a new CUP because, lo and behold, it didn't have 200 students anymore. It had 352. The neighbors were concerned. Lots of going back and forth. 6 years later, the City Planning Commission approved a CUP for 360 students. But the CUP had 26 conditions. Among them were the limit on the number of students, a limit of 71 employees, and a traffic cap of 242 trips during the peak hour. Unfortunately, the way that this is managed is there is a monthly assessment by an outside traffic counting firm that looks at the traffic peak coming in the morning and coming in the afternoon, but it's averaged over the trimester. And when we look at the actual data, we find that 40% of the time, there are more than 242 trips during the morning. Now, that may not seem like a lot, but for us, that's 72 days a school year when the school is above that limit. And we have dealt with many of the same issues, traffic, noise, and of course the trust issue. We also believe that if our school can't abide by the CUP, it's a problem. It's very hard to enforce those things. So I'm here to say that there are other neighbors and schools that deal with the same issue, that our experience with averaging is that it doesn't work. It allows the school to manipulate the numbers. Instead of looking at the peaks, it sort of flattens it out when you average it, and it becomes a real problem for our neighborhood. In our case, when you look at the numbers going up, it's got to be for one of two reasons, or maybe three reasons. More students, more faculty, or people aren't carpooling. And in our case, we've discovered that the reason it's going up is the school doesn't have 71 employees. It has at least 83 or more. So I urge you not to go with averaging. Thank you.
Thank you. Oliver Wang, Jamie or Jaime Gomez, and then Luen Flexig, and then we're going to take a break.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Oliver Wang. I live on Marchmont Drive, and I want to say no to Hillbrook expansion. Here's some reasons why. First, every day I bike to Fisher Middle School with my friends. I feel that someday an accident will happen. On my way to school, I have to share the road with cars speeding both directions without stopping at stop signs, or don't yield to pedestrians. There are also some people walking and biking both directions. This is all happening in the street. Without a sidewalk, Marchmont is a narrow, dangerous, and congested road. If more people get added to the school, Marchmont will be far more dangerous. Secondly, whenever the traffic count starts, I see many parents from Hillbrook drop off their kids on Topping or Marchmont and then leave. Then it appears the students walk to school. These people are driving to school when the traffic count is over, not walking like they claim. The only reason they do this is to fake the traffic count numbers and make it low. My parents always wanted me to be an honest person, and I think this isn't honest. My last reason is Hillbrook traffic ruins the lives of us kids. We can't play baseball after school or any time. Our ball might get hit into the street. There are many blind corners that block our ability to see the car coming. We can't bike, skateboard, or play tag on our street with the other kids on our street. Even during the summer, weekends, and evening because of the amount of Hillbrook's after-school activities. Dear council members, imagine your own kids having to live on my street. Once you say no to the increase of enrollment, thank you.
Thank you. Now go do your homework. Jamie Gomez Jr. or Jaime Gomez Jr.? Going once, going twice. He's probably doing his homework. Luann Flexig, and then one more because we didn't have Mr. Gomez. Michael Shea.
I didn't prepare a speech tonight, sorry. And I came at the last minute, so you have to put up. I'm here, I'm a 27-year resident of Los Gatos. I don't live in the areas affected by Hillbrook School, but I have read, in the Los Gatos Weekly and, from emails that I've received. And I really have a hard time understanding why, if the school, if the city does not benefit financially from Hillbrook, that you wouldn't listen to the residents that are directly affected by the traffic. No one's saying Hillbrook's not a great school. I know a lot of people that go to Hillbrook who went to Hillbrook, and they give an excellent education, but that's not the point. The point is the residents that are mostly and greatly affected by it should be listened to. And I just feel that, it's easy to say, well, that's fine because it's not in my neighborhood. It's not in my neighborhood, but I would just like to ask that, you know that there's already problems that the neighbors are telling you they're affected by what happens at Hillbrook, and I can't understand why the council would approve expanding when there's already problems now. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Shea.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm a Hillbrook parent. I'm also a Los Gatos resident. My name is Michael Shea. I'd like to talk briefly tonight about an issue that was brought up by Mr. Schultz about 2.5 hours ago, and that is Hillbrook's vested rights to 315 students. As you know, our position is that the Planning Commission erred and abused its discretion by imposing the 880 max. Quite simply, the 880 max hinders Hillbrook's ability to operate under its existing conditions. The chart that we saw a few hours ago, the one with the blue bar graphs, I think Councilmember Rennie has it handy. This chart right here. This chart shows that the fluctuation of the trips from the spring semester of 2014 with this 880 max overlay and how those interplay with one another. The school would be, quite simply, over the 880 max for those 15 days of the semester and the 6 days that are shown to the right of the 15 over that number as well. So what we have is we have a situation that needs to be fixed, and we need a solution to this 880 max problem. We need a condition that provides room for these exceedances that would have occurred under the old plan in 2014. This is really an issue of fairness. I am a big proponent of visual evidence, and these graphs are great, and they do tell a lot. But what a max does is a max affects certain things that this school offers its parents. I took all of these photographs myself over the years. They weren't taken recently, but this is a basketball game that was last week at Hillbrook. I can't tell you who the team in red was, but I got to this game, and my daughter was very happy that I showed up, and you could see it in her face. That's her dribbling the basketball there. These are some of the things that could be affected by this arbitrary max, this max of 880. This was taken a few years before. This was a play that was done at school. I'm going to speed up here. The reason I think these pictures are important is because here in the foreground you see all of these parents who are there who might not be able to attend these type of things if there's a cap, if they were the ones who would be the 881 or 881st. This is last year's volleyball. This is football from 2 years ago. And this was Heritage Day, which made my dad very proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shea.
Thanks.
And we have a very strange feedback, echo, kind of rock concert thing happening, so maybe we can fix that. We are going to take a break. It's 9:30, as I promised. We are going to take a 10-minute break. That's not a long break. So please watch your devices or your watches and be back in 10 minutes. 10 minutes goes by faster than you think. If you can all get organized, get back to your seats, please, please. If I knew how to do the whistle where I put my fingers in my mouth and blew, I would do it. But the only thing I can do is this. Please come back in and get organized. Okay. You have to be listening because I might call your name. All right. So I am going to give you a little friendly nudge, which you can take or leave. Here's how many cards we've done. Here's how many cards we have left. We're not halfway through. If you have heard your issue made, although we recognize that it can't possibly be made as well as you can, but there's a chance. All of your presentations have been fantastic, so we really appreciate your organization and your presentations. However, I still am going to, because I started out tonight with the goal of finishing, which obviously that's not going to happen. But what we have heard are a lot of discussion regarding averages versus maximums. We have heard some comments on the Ann Arbor Gate about the traffic demand management plan, carpooling, noise, third-party use, summer school, high-low, Longmeadow, the EIR, community benefit. So all of those things are things that have been addressed tonight before us. We appreciate that. I do have a huge stack. We will try our best to get through them, but again, you don't need to use your whole 3 minutes, and if you heard that your point made by one of your very eloquent neighbors, consider whether you need to make it 2. That said, Kathleen Willie, John Shepherdson, Jennifer Thornton.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Willie, and I live on Cardinal Lane with my husband and 5-year-old twin boys. Every day, rain or shine, we walk or bike to Blossom Hill School. Therefore, I'm very concerned about additional safety hazards with the possible enrollment increase at Hillbrook. With only one way in and one way out, it imposes an extreme traffic burden and unsafe conditions on this neighborhood, which has seen a large increase of families with young children in the past 5 years. According to a national study by the Safe Routes to School program, pedestrians are more than twice as likely to be struck by a car when walking in a location without sidewalks as they are when walking in an area with sidewalks. There are no sidewalks and no bike lanes on Upper or Lower Marchmont, Inglewood, Topping, Stony Brook, Cardinal, or Hilo. When driving to Hillbrook, every vehicle has to travel on a sharp S-curve and a steep hill. In the mornings and afternoons, with the sun lower in the sky, drivers are virtually blinded going up or down the hill. And in this environment, we have neighborhood children and Hillbrook school children trying to navigate through car traffic, buses, delivery trucks, garbage trucks, especially on Fridays when the streets are full of garbage cans, causing bikers and walkers to go out into the street to go around them. In fact, even some Hillbrook families feel it's a dangerous situation. Just this past fall, a Hillbrook mother came to the door of an Upper Marchmont neighbor, telling her that she would be responsible if her child was hit by a car on his way to Hillbrook because she parked in the street in front of her own house. The homeowner agreed with her that it was a dangerous situation and told her that she sent a letter to Hillbrook and the town council a year prior, letting them know how dangerous it was for children walking on Marchmont with so much traffic. And most importantly, I will quote a letter written in 2012 by Los Gatos Monte Sereno police officer, Sergeant Carrie Harris. The CUP modification application submitted by Hillbrook School has been reviewed by the police department staff. The one area of concern to the department is the impact on traffic and pedestrian safety resulting from the increase in vehicle trips through the Englewood and Marchmont neighborhood. The department would urge the applicant to investigate ways to reduce the number of vehicle trips through the residential neighborhood, developing traffic demand management strategies to achieve that end, or to study alternative ingress and egress options to the Hillbrook campus. Please, Town Council, I implore you, deny the enrollment increase, set a maximum daily car count, not an average, and support my wishes to raise my children in a safe and desirable environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willie. John Shepherdson, Jennifer Thornton, Joe Connolly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Short PowerPoint regarding this project. It was originally a country school.
Mr. Shepherdson, can I ask you to pick up the mic, because when you turn around and look at your PowerPoint, we can't hear you.
So the neighbors are upset because the CUP originally set a 315 maximum, and that's been intentionally and repeatedly violated. Another factor is the country school sold off adjacent property, and we have the single entrance. This is a list of the CUP violations, and you can see in red each year where the school, Hillbrook School, violated the CUP, and there it is. Prior principal, present principal. And so when the neighbors have an issue of trust, there's the data. That's 11 yearly violations, 127 students over the CUP max, about 24,000 car trips. No, they didn't report the violations. The citizens discovered it. Hillbrook doesn't apologize. Now they seek another 99 students, and given the track record, we have to assume that they'll probably exceed the 414 because of the prior behavior. Past behavior is the best predictor of future conduct. And I understand the parents want the best for their students. The leadership wants the best for their school. But when you do this kind of thing, you build distrust. And should we reward the school for breaking the CUP rule? There's 5 shuttle spots, so when we increase the number of students, we're going to increase traffic in the town. Most Los Gatusans, my sense, are against this expansion because it increases the overall traffic to the school. And then we've got adverse impacts to the neighboring community because they now have to disclose what's going on when they sell their property. Options: no additional students, put your foot down. The other one that I suggested is 36 students. They say they need it to enhance their middle school grades, so 36 students, but then they have to be subject to the hard cap, and they have to be subject to a self-reporting requirement, and if, like on tuition, if they go over, they have to return the tuition to the town, permanent monitoring. And require 1-year compliance before we start putting kids in the schools, because it's a lot harder to take them out.
Thank you. Your time's up. Jennifer Thornton, Joe Connolly, Mark French.
Mayor Jensen, Councilman, thank you for your time. My point's been made. I'll pass.
Thank you. Award winner. That's okay. I think we know what your point is, Ms. Thornton, so thank you very much. Joe Connolly, Mark French, Jamie Maeda.
Good evening. Jennifer stole my thunder. My point has also been made. So
Award winner on your side too. Thank you, Mr. Connolly. And we know what your point is, I think. Mark French, you don't all have to do it, but we wouldn't really protest. I don't know if you get to ask questions when they do that. Jamie Maeda and someone whose name I'm going to mispronounce, sorry, EMADTAWFILIS.
Hi, I'm Jamie Maeda. Thank you very much for holding this. I live at 133 Vista del Campo. My house faces, or it's next to Harding and Fillmore, which is a feeder from Highway 9, Las Gatas Boulevard, and Kennedy. And my main concern is safety. I'm not sure if this has been discussed earlier, but because our neighborhood is a cut-through for many traffic, it's not just Hillbrook, I'm sure, but it's other people who are very familiar with our neighborhood and is able to bypass Las Gatas Boulevard. So my concern is if we include more students at Hillbrook, this will only impact our neighborhood adversely. Excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Fillmore and Harding do not have sidewalks. So many of the students who go to Van Meter have to be very careful, and my children go to Van Meter. So I'm very concerned about the future of the traffic in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize if I've mixed up cards. Mr. French? Are you Mark French? Well, I'm going to assume, since you know where he is, that I pretty much know what his position is. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. If he comes back and we're still here. And so, Imad Tafilis, are you here still? It's a card that said you have to leave early, so I'm assuming you did. Jeff Lockridge, Don Dotson, Tom Driscoll.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura, all the way across town. If Hillbrook is to remain where it is and thrive as a school, it needs to be a real part of the community. That was much easier while it was small, but as time passes, enrollment increases, traffic increases, and what was once safe is not anymore. One can nitpick on what maximum volume of traffic a street like Marchmont can safely handle, but why? Why should Marchmont bear the full load of traffic when there's another entrance gate at Ann Arbor? There might have to be a new crosswalk on Shannon, but the result would be improved safety for residents, drivers, and students. So I was naturally surprised and very disappointed that there was literally no mention of the Ann Arbor access during the Planning Commissioner's deliberations. In fact, staff had intentionally excluded study of the Ann Arbor Gate access from the ER, which prevented the Planning Commission from any meaningful evaluation using the Ann Arbor Gate to mitigate Hillbrook's traffic. Back in 2001, the Planning Commission followed a Hillbrook traffic study recommendation done in 2000 by the town's traffic consultant and agreed to open Ann Arbor access to Hillbrook. But the town council quickly overruled the Planning Commission. Why? Good question. Maybe somebody could answer that tonight. That study also noted that Hillbrook is part of the community in all directions. The study's conclusion was that the Ann Arbor Gate be opened. Even the Hillbrook head of school at the time agreed. Town staff chose to ignore that study and unilaterally determined that there would be no mention of using the Ann Arbor Gate in the current EIR, just because Ann Arbor residents opposed it. Due to this opposition, staff determined that analysis of the Ann Arbor Gate alternative was politically infeasible, definitely not a CEQA terminology. The town code, general plan, and EIR standards obligate the town to fairly apply the law to all town residents. It is not town staff's role to determine the issue based on its assessment of politically infeasible. Tonight's staff report contains an error, page 10, item G. Contrary to what the tonight's staff report says, Ann Arbor Drive and Shannon both have sidewalks and provide a much safer route than Marchmont. The Marchmont side of the neighborhood has no sidewalks, a steep hill on Upper Marchmont that hides oncoming traffic, and a number of blind S-curves. Town council should send the EIR back for further study due to the lack of sufficient analysis of traffic impacts and alternatives. It's unfair to ignore this as the Planning Commission did. You can't force Hillbrook to use Ann Arbor as it should be used, but you can create a condition stating that the Ann Arbor access is open. If it's necessary to have a study of the impact of opening this access, please ask for the study. This time, do the right thing. Do what is fair. Do what makes the neighborhood safer. Providing access to Hillbrook via Ann Arbor Drive is long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockridge. Don Dodson, Tom Driscoll, Sharon Elder.
Good
Did I
evening.
recall? I'm sorry, wait a minute. Sharon Elder, was she called already? Okay, thank you. So, Michelle Carla? Sorry, Mr. Dodson.
Good evening. My name is Don Dodson. I have a voice problem, so please bear with me. I've lived on Upper Marchmont Drive for 30 years. We sent 3 children to Hillbrook to preschool, junior kindergarten, and kindergarten when the school and the neighborhood happily were not at odds with each other. Let's talk about rights. We acknowledge Hillbrook's vested right to operate as a school at 300 Marchmont Drive. Hillbrook contends that a daily traffic cap threatens this right. But the sole evidence Hillbrook provides for this claim is a table of traffic counts from last year. Based on this table, Hillbrook claims that it cannot meet an 880 daily cap, even with its current enrollment. Its claim is dubious because Hillbrook was not expected to meet a daily cap when the numbers were collected. The numbers also reflect only voluntary participation in traffic mitigation. A mandatory program would produce lower numbers. We have provided various scenarios that would allow Hillbrook to do this. Hillbrook has no vested right to increase its enrollment. Hillbrook's impact on the neighborhood, including its history of non-permitted intensifications of use, does not give it a right to more students, more traffic, and more disruption of the neighborhood. The town has no compelling interest in allowing this. What are our rights as neighbors? As citizens of Los Gatos, we have a basic right to expect the town council to meet the legal requirement that land use decisions be consistent with the general plan. This includes adhering to the following policy in the land use element. Prohibit uses that may lead to the deterioration of residential neighborhoods or adversely impact the public safety or the residential character of a residential neighborhood. As citizens of Los Gatos, we have a basic right to expect the town to recognize that its primary responsibility is to its residents, not to an enterprise that can only operate under a conditional use permit. Instead, the town has often treated the neighborhood as if our rights are subordinate to Hillbrook's ambitions. As citizens of Los Gatos, we have a basic right to expect that burdens created by a CUP are equitably shared. If you approve an increase, please remove the current CUP condition requiring the Ann Arbor gate be closed. There's no justification in law, in logic, or fairness for this condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodson. Tom Driscoll, I'm going to spell it. It looks like Michelle, C-A-R-T-O-L-I-E, and Nancy Yu.
I'll be going back and forth, so I'm going to make sure I have this. My name is Tom Driscoll. I've lived on Rosalie Court for 6 years. Thank you for the opportunity. So why is it okay to change the status quo in Marchmont, but not Ann Arbor? What makes that okay? Well, I think we all know the right thing to do. The hard part is doing it. But by doing the right thing, you will earn the respect from the people of this town. The 2000 study recommended opening that gate because it's the safest alternative. The traffic study in the latest in the EIR, which was approved by the Planning Commission, tells us that traffic over 890 will impair at Upper Marchmont, regardless of where that traffic comes from. So in adding the school traffic and what's been proposed as 880 to the local traffic of 324, the result will exceed that 890 impairment line by 35%. The school tells us that they need to average. While they haven't shared the data, as best we can piece together, their traffic looks something like this. With a simple distribution, looks like a Gaussian distribution. So understandably, they say there are going to be low traffic days and high traffic days. And I can't operate with a max because on those high days, I'm going to be over that 880 line that you pushed me. Well, it turns out, on those high days, even without the local traffic, they're going to be over that 890 line. That 890 line is the impairment line for Upper Marchmont. Well, that's in direct conflict with town code because town code is pretty clear. Town code tells you that you cannot approve a permit that creates conditions that will impair the zone. So you've got a conflict on your hands. And we have proposed what we believe is a simple solution. That simple solution is to open the Ann Arbor Gate to pedestrians and bikes and staff. That will help the school maintain a 50% carpool rate, which ultimately will give them about 400 counts on Marchmont. When added to the 324 of the local residents, they're well below that impairment line of 890. They can do that very easy, and it's very simple. But the better part of that is it's the right thing to do. Marchmont neighbors for years have been testifying about the unsafe conditions and the safety risks and telling you it's just a matter of time before there's a tragic accident. I understand the town's concern. I wouldn't want to deal with a frivolous lawsuit either, so I really appreciate that you want to avoid a silly lawsuit about a 1-foot easement. Well, that will be unpleasant. Imagine what it will be like if there is a tragedy. That's what you'll see on the front page of the Mercury News. And when the ambulance chasers come, Hillbrook will conveniently be able to point the finger at you. They approved the EIR. They said it was okay. Those traffic counts were fine. So they'll be able to wash their hands of it, not my problem. And that responsibility will fall squarely on your shoulders. And for those who dismiss that, 3 months ago, a Cupertino teenager was killed riding his bike on a road that has bike lanes and sidewalks. If you increase the enrollment, you are required not to impair the zone. And the best way to do that is to do the right thing and open that gate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll. I've been asked by the clerk for Mr. Driscoll and any else of you who are going to use a piece of paper, if you could, before you sit down, hand it to the clerk and maybe jot your name on it so we can get it in our record correctly. Or whatever you put up on the board, not your notes. We don't need to see your speech, but we need to see what you put up there. Thank you. Michelle, whose name I spelled, Cartole. Okay. Nancy Yu, Melanie Pizziali, and Bridget Morton.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nancy Yu, and my points have already been made, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Woohoo. Okay. Melanie Pizziali, Bridget Morton. I have 2 cards for Susan Piper. She's already talked. Tara Mosley.
Good evening. Thank you. Melanie Pizziali. I live on Topping Way. I'm a Los Gatos resident, and I'm a Hillbrook parent. I'm a neighbor of Hillbrook School, a proud resident of Los Gatos, and I'm also a mom. My 2 daughters and I walk, carpool, and ride the shuttle to and from Hillbrook School every day. As a mom, as a neighbor, as a Los Gaton, I want what's best for all of us. In my 3 years at Hillbrook, I've seen the school work tirelessly to lower traffic and make the streets safer for our neighborhood and community. The school has hosted numerous neighbor meetings, one of them held at my house, explaining to residents why we'd like to add more students to our school and asking, what can we as a school do? What are your concerns? How can we do better? Most of my neighbors didn't even attend the meeting at my home, but the 5 who did were respectfully listened to, their concerns taken to heart. About half of the group supported us. As a neighbor, I'm enjoying a better quality of life thanks to Hillbrook. There are fewer cars on the road. There's a crossing guard at Marchmont and Hilo. There are many other parents and kids walking with us to and from school. I am truly saddened that as hard as Hillbrook tries, the solutions are just not good enough. It starts to feel like there's prejudice against our school. I wonder how long before my children will feel this as well. Last week, I was a parent chaperone for a field trip to the terraces. It was a wonderful outreach for students and seniors. But perhaps this kind of thing will have to be cut with an 880 cap, because parent chaperones might throw the car count into dangerous territory. My daughter has health issues, and I often have to take her from school to appointments at Stanford. It's already very stressful to us, but to add to the worry that our doctor's visit will put us over the car count is simply cruel. Change is hard, but change is inevitable. Our school would like to evolve and become an even better asset to our community. We are asking for an 880 average, no new cars. If we continue to live in the past, harboring hard feelings, dwelling on mistakes, we will never make progress. We need to learn to trust each other and take steps to build on that trust. As a neighbor of Hillbrook, I would never ask that school do anything to negatively impact our streets because I live here too. You have no idea how hard it is to stand up here against some of my friends and neighbors. It would be much easier to sit quietly and do nothing, but I teach my daughters we have to stand up for what we believe in, and I believe in Hillbrook. Everyone who believes in Hillbrook, I ask you to please stand with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Morton, Tara Mosley, Cecil Annison. And Mr. Morley,
Good evening. Thank you, Town Council, for listening to us. And I'm just going to briefly address the Hillbrook issue as a land use issue, because I think that's what the council has to consider. The town considers Hillbrook a local street, not a collector street, not an arterial. If you follow the general plan, you won't allow any more students. The general plan says that managing change in an effort to maintain our quality of life is a priority. If you would look at the overhead policy, and this has to do with the land use, policy LU-4.2 states there should be no new development unless the infrastructure, which in our case are the streets, can support it. There is not adequate infrastructure for current traffic, much less any more traffic. Land use, number 6.1, tells the town to protect residential areas from the impacts of non-residential development. Hillbrook is a non-residential use of a property-zoned residential area. Again, think of the school's location. This is not appropriate land use deep within a residential neighborhood. So we ask that you say no to changing the CUP with an enrollment increase, because the land issue is an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Mosley, Cecil Annison, and Kiran Khanna.
Good evening. My name is Tara Mosley, and I live on Robin Way with my husband and 2 young children. I want to draw your attention to some numbers that have been briefly talked about, but I'd like to provide a little bit more background. Hillbrook claims that an 880 daily traffic limit is too low and can't be achieved. Yet, according to the final EIR, Hillbrook had already substantially reduced its traffic below 880. In spring 2013, the average daily traffic count at Hillbrook, after some, and not all, traffic mitigation measures were put in place, was 814. Just think, if all their traffic mitigation measures, were put in place, this number could and should be substantially lower. Keep in mind, we're only talking about 220 families. at Hillbrook today. So why are there so many trips in the first place? I hope you ask yourselves that question during deliberations. The Institute of Transportation Engineers has another piece of information to consider in the Trip Generation Manual. The data it has collected for a K through 12 private school with 315 students gives an average daily traffic count of 781. 781 is the daily traffic cap we urge the council to implement. Also, please keep in mind that traffic studies are done so with averages, but when conditions are imposed as a means to control traffic, limits are used. It is critical to establish a limit for Hillbrook's traffic to ensure the integrity and the safety of our neighborhood. The safety of all children walking, biking, scooting to school should be the council's #1 concern when deciding on a daily traffic cap. If this council decides on an average traffic count, then you might as well just revert back to the 2001 cup. An average would do nothing for the safety of our neighborhood. An average is too unpredictable and easy to manipulate. We need transparency with Hillbrook so that a level of trust can be restored. We live in the neighborhood every day. We don't live there on average. Please say no to Hillbrook expansion and no to averaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mosley. Cecil Annison, are you here? Okay. Kiran Khanna, Tom Archer, and John Vigliacca.
Hi there.
Hi.
First of all, I want to thank you all. You have a very tough job on your hands and have been listening to all of us. So I'm just going to keep it very short. We need an 880 average to thrive. We want to be good neighbors. We want to do the right things. My 7-year-old son, I have 3 children at Hillbrook. I've been there for 6 years. I parked one time in the neighborhood, one time. And I had not only 3 people from staff, I had Mr. Mark Silver, and my children tell me, Mommy, that's not okay. And it never happened again. My 7-year-old wanted me to say tonight, I want to be able to give eggs from our chickens to the neighbors and take them food and be a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Archer. John, hello, Mr. Archer. I just want to John Vigliacca and Esther Peterbaugh.
Good evening, Mayor Jensen, members of the Town Council. I stand in support of Hillbrook School, which has resided at 300 Marchmont for nearly 80 years. My name is Tom Archer, and my wife and 3 children live in Los Gatos, Montessorino, and have been part of the Hillbrook family for 12 years. Additionally, our daughter graduated from Los Gatos High School last year. I have served as an unpaid volunteer on the Board of Trustees of Hillbrook for the past 7 years, and I chair the Finance Committee for the past 5 years. Children are our future, and Hillbrook is a school. Together, we educate our children to become better scholars, leaders, and citizens. We are asking to educate 99 more students with no additional traffic. Los Gatos has a traffic problem. Trust me, I see it every day as I drive home from work down Winchester Avenue to try to get to Daves Avenue. I go by the elementary school. I live on Oak Knoll Drive. But you must not confuse the town's traffic problem with a school's request to educate more children. A request where outside experts that you asked the school to hire have concluded that the additional students can be added, 99 students, with an average of 880 cars with no additional traffic. The Planning Commission's condition of a max of 880 was not founded in any data or recommendations from independent parties. Additionally, the penalties that have been imposed by the Planning Commission threaten to have the effect to financially cripple the school. Let me repeat, the max of 880 and the penalties that have been imposed in the current Planning Commission, CUP, threaten to financially cripple the school, and let me say why. During the past several years, the variety of new measures that the school has implemented significantly reduced the traffic, but as you've seen tonight, if you just use that spring 2014 car count data and apply the penalties with the daily escalations that are in there, it would result in millions of dollars of penalties. Hillbrook is a not-for-profit educational institution. Approximately 85% of our revenue comes from tuition. The other 15% comes from voluntary giving from our parents. Additionally, we give nearly $1 million in financial aid each year, and almost 20% of our students receive financial aid. 75% of our expenses go to pay the salaries and benefits of our educators. The remaining costs cover the cost of running the classrooms and the other operating costs. Our budget cannot support the penalty structures that have been put in place. Please support the school's request to add 99 students and have an average of 880 trips versus the max. Thank you for your service, and I urge you to support and make the right decision for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Archer. John Vigliaca, hope it's close. Esther Peterbaugh, Jack Van Naden.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Vigliaca, very well done, by the way, and I live at 14583 Clearview Drive in Los Gatos. I have a son, Jared, who's in the 8th grade at Hillbrook, and a younger son, Alexander, who's in the 6th grade and attends Fisher Middle School. It's been said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. I hope you feel the same way. I have put together a packet for each of you that shows where the data for this chart, which I'm about to show you, comes from. And I want to thank Joe Sorty, and by the way, I'm really bummed because he's not here, and I was really hoping to come to him because he put together most of the data that's from 2000 to about 2011, and I know that took a great deal of time. So this is from a local Hillbrook neighbor, not from Hillbrook themselves, for most of the data you're going to see here. I do want to note that it's really unfortunate that there is not additional reliable traffic data available from 2000 to 2011. Nonetheless, here's what the data that we have suggests. In 2000, daily trips heading to the Hillbrook campus in excess of 1,300 were commonplace. During the Planning Commission meetings in late 2014, I listened to neighbors and Hillbrook alumni alike speak about traffic jams extending from Hillbrook Gate all the way to Lower Marchmont. The average traffic number for that period bears that out. We finally obtained a significant data set for the second semester of the 2014 academic school year. After the exception days, as outlined in the current CUP, were removed, an average daily trip count of 834 was calculated. Much of this reduction was due to the emphasis on carpools and increase in bus utilization and the hiring of a traffic coordinator. I hope we can all agree that we see a trend here in terms of this graph. As I said, the second semester of the 2014 school year produced a sizable data set of traffic counts. Here is a distribution chart, which you've seen before, but I want to show you again. By the way, I redid it so you can see it open a little bit nicer. There. The distribution creates a wonderful bell-shaped curve with a very small standard deviation. And excuse my language, but this would be a statistician's wet dream. For all that Planning Commission did well in the late 2014, the one area where they underperformed was the exhibit of their collective math skills. Planning Commission members voiced concerns that the use of an average might lead to a traffic counts of 200 one day and 2,000 the next. Clearly, that is not the case. What is clear is that even with all the traffic mitigation measures currently in place and a present-day student population of 315, Hillbrook would have had 16 non-exempt days that exceeded the Planning Commission's 880 max cap recommendation. I would like to leave you with this. I believe data that is transparent and posted to a public website will ultimately foster an environment that will lead to reconciliation between Hillbrook and its surrounding neighbors. We just need the town council to help us get started on the right path by agreeing on an appropriate ADT average. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Esther Peterbaugh, Jack Van Naden, and I'm not going to try the first name, Mr. Warkoff. Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Esther Peterbaugh, and we live on Long Meadow Drive. My husband and I and our neighbors urge you, the town council, to uphold the conditions approved by the Planning Commission that apply to after-school, nighttime, and weekend activities during the academic year at Hillbrook School. These conditions reflect the maximum level of noise that our neighborhood can tolerate. Really, everything I'm saying has to do with noise because that's what Long Meadow Drive is impacted by with Hillbrook. We disagree with and appeal the conditions approved by the Planning Commission regarding the summer program. We want the summer program to have a maximum of 100 children on campus each week, no matter if they're Hillbrook kids or Breakthrough. We've heard conflicting things about the numbers. Do these numbers include the Breakthrough kids, or are they just the raw maximum numbers? We want 6 total weeks of summer program from the middle of June to the middle of August. We want programs to start at 8:30 in the morning and go until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday through Friday. No weekends, no nights. Hillbrook School is not a year-round academic school with 3 terms for its enrolled students. We believe it is very important to limit the number of children and the times of operation during the summer program. While the Planning Commission's conditions of approval included restrictions during the academic year, we believe they inadvertently erred and omitted restrictions on the summer program. If Hillbrook School is allowed to have a larger number than 100 children per week and the extended hours of operation until 6 p.m., then our quality of life during our once quiet summers in our neighborhood will be gone. In addition, due to the added noise, the value of our homes will decrease, as was confirmed by a local real estate agent at a meeting of the neighbors with a council member. We believe the council cannot find that the requested use is in harmony with the objectives of the 2020 general plan. Policy LU 6.2 states, allow non-residential activity in residential areas only when the character and quality of the neighborhood can be maintained. Due to the added noise, the quality and character of our neighborhood would be severely diminished, and the neighborhood will be adversely affected. I submit that in order to comply with the 2020 general plan, the council needs to incorporate the above conditions to the summer program in order to make the necessary findings to grant a modified CUP. We thank you very much for your considerable time and effort on all of our behalfs. Truly, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peterbaugh. Jack Van Naden, Roel Workhoff, and Dave DeMaria.
Good evening. The purpose of my speech was to do a best guesstimate of how many car trips are necessary every day to better understand why the Planning Commission came up with 880 cars when Hillbrook is using carpooling. If they based it on car counts, were they counting how many cars were pooled and how many used buses? If not, the reports are flawed by not managing carpools and busing. When I did my work, I came up with a total of 562 total trips required on a daily basis. So my problem was, what's the variance in there? Are the carpools, is the busing not being managed? So I made some assumptions. Most of which came from information, I believe, from Mr. Silver. And if there's 220 families, 315 kids, there's a 1.43 kids per family. I believe it was Mr. Hammer and Mr. Silver who said that 95% of the parents carpool, which means just about everyone is carpooling. The other 5% are about 11 cars, leaving 209 cars for the carpool. I'll assume that 2 families get into the same car. More families might, but for this purpose, I'll assume 2. I believe that Councilman Rennie said in the last couple of days that he had observed 25 to 35 kids get on buses. So let's say 30 per bus for 3 buses, so that's 90 kids. If that is true, then that would reduce car needs by 63 families from the 209 families, which which would give us 63 families less. 209 families less 63 families equals a net of 146 families, of which, if they are carpooling, that's only 73 cars at most, assuming that there are 2 families per car. I believe that there were about 85 staff, for which I have no car trip information, but will assume that 1/3 of the carpool, 1/3 carpool to set a good example for the students. And then I believe there were about 20 parental trips during the day, going to the doctor and that sort of thing. Realizing I'm running out of time here and did no timing of this, I'll drop back to what my results came to, which was that there were 44 non-carpoolers, 304 car or bus carpoolers, 50 total parental trips, 134 faculty and administrative trips, 30 service vehicles. I had no idea how many were used, but I figured 15. So a total of 562
And
total
Mr.
trips
Van Nader,
daily.
your time is up. Thank you very much. Does the clerk have your chart that you just put up?
I will
Can
give
you
it.
please supply that? Thank you. Mr. Workhoff, Dave DeMaria or DeMaria, Jeff Lawson,
My name is Rule Warkoff.
Thank
I
you.
live on Marchmont Drive. I keep hearing that I knew Hillbrook was there when I bought the house. The implication is they can do whatever they want. When we bought our house in '95, Hillbrook was a feature of the neighborhood. Vehicle traffic was very heavy twice a day, but was confined to a typical school day. There was quiet in the late afternoons, weekends, and all summer long. In 2001, the neighbors worked tirelessly with both Hillbrook and the then town staff on a plan that would allow Hillbrook to rebuild its out-of-compliance infrastructure. The conditions of use were contingent on capping student enrollment at 315 and confining student traffic to the two so-called peak periods at 165 vehicles for pickup and drop-off. Further, a carpooling program was to be implemented. Hillbrook promised that all new students would be required to carpool and buses would be used. Since that time, Hillbrook has expanded its enrollment by 315, beyond 315, pardon me, used the property far outside of permitted uses, only brought busing in when they wanted to seek expansion, as they said earlier this evening, never implemented mandatory carpooling, and never transparently reported car counts nor enrollment. The last 10 years have seen overdevelopment all over this town. And somehow that's provided Hillbrook with a vested right to grow more in our neighborhood? No, it doesn't. The only increased traffic on our street is from Hillbrook. We're not growing, they are. And yet, somehow, I'm the bad guy? I'm against education? That's ridiculous. I moved here for education. I moved here to put my 3 children through these schools. The situation has been absolutely exacerbated because this town staff has refused to enforce the existing CUP. We have no assurance whatsoever that any kind of CUP will be enforced. So we've been told that the council wants to hear solutions. I'm all for that. Here's the solution. Say no. No to expansion, no to further abuse by the school of its CUP and of the surrounding community. Hold Hillbrook accountable to a 315 enrollment cap, 100% carpooling and busing. That's what's necessary to protect our residential environment. I want you to say yes to enforcing the existing CUP. There are certainly conditions in the current CUP that need to be tightened up. Let's do that and enforce it the way it was intended to operate. I sincerely hope the council will agree with me and ensure that our neighborhood is finally protected from Hillbrook's overreaching.
Thank you, sir. Dave, you can tell me how it's actually pronounced. Jeff Lawson, Dennis McAvoy.
You can just call me Dave.
There you go.
It's pronounced DeMaria for the record.
Okay.
So I live on Ann Arbor, and I speak for the Ann Arbor, Wallen Way, and Shannon Road Neighborhood Association. And many people are here tonight. Just raise your hands if you would. Don't need to stand. And to respect everyone's time, I know you put a lot of effort into this. We only have 2 speakers tonight, myself and Jeff following me. And we are going to talk about the gate. We have a slightly different point of view than has been put forward so far. We have several concerns in response to suggestions to open the emergency access gate. They're detailed in the letter that we sent. In summary, the emergency access condition must remain as it's written and as it's approved. The condition's been in place for decades. The gate has just never been open for public use. Hillbrook's not requesting it, and the EIR, which was prepared by experts, unanimously approved by planning, states that it wasn't needed to be looked at. As the town council knows best, and everyone has quoted it, the general plan is our constitution. There are many policies aimed at preserving our neighborhood way of life. Policy TRA 5.2 specifically states that traffic problems should not be solved by, quote, diverting traffic to other neighborhood streets. We urge the council to address traffic issues without shifting the problem to our neighborhood. Shifting vehicle traffic to our neighborhood would clearly have an exponentially negative impact, delay any decision on this for a matter of years as we go through studies and debates, and ultimately be infeasible for many reasons. Some propose to open the gate for pedestrians. It's absolutely certain that this would add significant vehicle traffic in our neighborhood. There's no doubt about it. We commissioned Hexagon Traffic Consultants to assess the impacts of pedestrian access. They concluded the average daily traffic would rise substantially, resulting in an increase that's, quote, off the charts of most higher index tables. Our Marchmont neighbors claim that it's safer on our side. Nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing could be. There are 6,000 plus cars going down Shannon Road every day. Thousands more than on Marchmont. That's the road that these kids would need to travel along. I contacted the Los Gatos Police to ask about accidents. There were 42 reported accidents in our neighborhood from 2009 to September 2014, many of them serious. 6 DUIs, 6 hit and runs, 11 injury accidents. During the same period, there were 0 on the Marchmont side. Opening the emergency gate for pedestrians would put children in a significantly more dangerous environment, and more importantly, or just as importantly, not remove a single car from the Marchmont gate. In addition to all these reasons, it would be illegal to open the gate for vehicle or pedestrian traffic. And I'll leave it to our attorney, Jeff Lawson, to speak to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson. Then Dennis McAvoy, and then Cindy Vindasius. Sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Lawson. I'm the attorney for Ann Arbor Wallen Way Neighborhood Association. I'm not going to repeat my letter. I just want to draw your attention to a subtle but important point that favors the Commission certifying the EIR as is with the selected alternative, the preferred alternative. As you know, the preferred alternative in a properly prepared EIR gets the benefit of a favorable standard of review in any legal challenge. But if an alternative that was not studied, such as the Ann Arbor Gate, is selected, then the EIR needs to be reaccomplished. The EIR itself is clear on this point. It would be another year before you're back in this same room dealing with the same problems if you were to follow that path. But Ann Arbor's comment letter goes beyond the issue of not certifying the EIR and sending it back for further study if the Ann Arbor Gate is to be used. The Ann Arbor's additional point is that the easement in front of the Ann Arbor Gate is a property law issue. So instead of going down the path of this CEQA case and having all the inferences and procedural protections of going forward with a CEQA EIR that you've properly certified, you'd be in a property law dispute. You'd be in a normal civil case with all the uncertainty that that has, all the evidence that could be brought in, not limited to the administrative record. So you would be opening up a whole new can of worms that you would not normally see in any other EIR that you're certifying. This is a totally different type of matter that could occur. So for this additional reason, Ann Arbor Wallen Way Neighborhood Association believes the most prudent course is to certify the EIR and select the preferred alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, sir. Dennis McAvoy, Cindy Vindasius, and Bird Neeson.
Good evening. Thanks for staying here so long to listen to us. My name's Dennis McAvoy. I've been a resident of Los Gatos for 34 years. My kids attended Hillbrook from kindergarten through 8th grade, and I was a Hillbrook parent from 1995 till 2009. The reason that I want to speak tonight is I'm concerned that the revised CUP limit of 880 maximum will reduce parent access to the campus, access to see their kids playing in sports, to volunteer in the classroom, to meet with other parents and discuss child development and many other things that go on at Hillbrook outside of carpooling. Now, you've heard this from other people, but I think I can actually prove that that's the case by looking at what the current CUP allows and compare it to the number in the revised CUP as passed by the Planning Commission. As you've heard, it's 165 car exits in the morning and 165 car exits in the afternoon for carpooling. 165 car exits equals 330 car trips in the morning and 330 car trips in the afternoon. The current CUP allows for 660 car trips to get the students onto the campus and off the campus. It doesn't address any other limits, but Hillbrook also needs to get its faculty and staff onto the campus. I thought that number was around 70. I'll use that number. 70 faculty and staff. They come before the students and they leave after the students. So they're not included in the 660 allowed by the CUP. That 140 added to 660 allows Hillbrook 880 car trips, 800 car trips in the current CUP just for getting students onto and off of the campus and faculty and staff onto and off of the campus. Subtract 800 from 880, and you have 80 car trips allowed the entire rest of the day by the limit placed by the new by the Planning Commission. That's 40 unique cars. That has to include the postman, the UPS driver, deliveries to the school, and parents. So if you uphold this 880 maximum, you will be changing the character of Hillbrook School by dramatically limiting parent access to the campus from where it is today. And I think the Planning Commission probably arrived at this number not understanding the relationship between the current CUP and this 800 number. So I urge you to do the average and not increase traffic, but not decrease it with your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAvoy. Cindy Bedasius, Bert Neeson, and Patrick Munnerlin.
Hi, close. Cindy Vendacious, but that's good. Hi, I'm Cindy Vendacious. I'm a neighbor. I live at the bottom of the S-curve on Marchmont, on the corner of Rosalie Court and Marchmont. I've been there for 15 years. I've raised my children there. They've all gone to Blossom Hill schools. I currently have a sophomore at Los Gatos High School and a 7th grader at Fisher. I'm very familiar with the traffic over the years, and I might shock you, but this is the lowest I have ever seen it in the last 3 months. Unfortunately, we don't have data. I love that all of you have been there and seen it. I've seen the policemen, everyone that comes to comment, they're like, it's not bad. I go, you know what? It's not bad. But I don't know what this measurement is. I don't know what it is. It 600 today? I have no idea. If you would tell me that today it's 880 and that's what they're keeping it to, I might be for this thing, but I have no idea what it is. So I'm one of the proponents, and I'm not blaming any of the parents. They think they're doing a fantastic job, but I've been here for 15 years, and I'm not going to go ahead and tell you all the violations and everything. My mom texted me not to do it. She's apparently watching this on TV. She works for city government. I come from a rare breed. What I wanted to actually propose suggestions. I'm here for a compromise. I'm not saying what you're going to do, but whatever you do on behalf of the neighbors. Oops. I'm going to give you, I need this one. In order for this to be a success, we need to restore the trust. I think everyone will agree. We need an enforceable CUP, and that means take your time, do it right. Don't stay, oh my gosh, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, let's just finish and move on, because that won't be a success. We need we want to make sure it works. So I do corporate finance, I do lots of new process implementations, and I have never put anything in place without testing it out first. I don't think that would be much of a success. So all we're asking is, if you put measurements in place, don't allow any increases or anything until we're sure it's effective and it's working. In my experience, you know, you do the best that you can to plan to make sure these things work. You always find there's something you didn't think about. So I just want to make sure, for everyone's sake, what's a year? Take a year. Let's get the metrics. Let's figure it out before you put it in place. And finally, I'm against averages. I want reliability on my streets. I want to know what to expect. And I've heard no one has mentioned it tonight, but I've heard rainy days as a reason to have increased traffic. And I don't know if any of you have been on the streets in Los Gatos when it rains, but it would be so wonderful if the Hillbrook parents could actually use the bus on that day, because the public school parents don't have that option. So anyways, that's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Your mom would be proud. There you go, Mom. Burr Nissen, Patrick Mutterlin, Sandy Decker.
Burr Nissen, thanks for listening and reading all that material. In the succinct words of the Lone Ranger's trusted companion, Tonto, averaging not good in low-density neighborhood.
I don't think he said that. But
Tonight is about justification of the final CUP and the council, and what specifically, besides history, tradition, students, and traffic, brings to the community. Hillbrook began in 1935 as a safe haven for wards of the court. It has now evolved into a school of a different sort, still rich in history and tradition, but it is now a private school with students from a decidedly better living condition. On Hillbrook's website and in recent Planning Commission meetings, much time on history and tradition is and was spent. The impression given is that Hillbrook was, in what it desires in its CUP application, some sort of an entitlement. What else does Hillbrook bring to the town besides history and tradition? It brings students for a $28,600 yearly tuition. I ask the question, should we compare Hillbrook at the end of a dead-end road with another Los Gatos nonprofit organization with a history and tradition? The Billy Jones Railroad. Think about it. Who really serves more children ages 5 to 13 in this town and beyond? Hillbrook, the private school at the end of a dead-end road, or the Billy Jones Railroad? Yes, one offers recreation, and one offers education. But what about the Billy Jones Railroad riders with families in town, eating, shopping? What about their potential, compared to Hillbrook's, which is nothing, economic donation? And Hillbrook, incidentally, pays no taxes, brings traffic, which should follow the next several words or word. Foot, employees, bicycle, faculty, carpooling, school bus, lunch duty, delivery trucks, special visits, evening events, athletic events, medical appointments, summer session, and conceivably emergency. To me, in a word, it seemed absurd as I watched the Planning Commission violently agonize and struggle with averages and caps related to the aforementioned traffic. And why? Hillbrook is not a public school that is being forced to grow. Hillbrook is a private school that has chosen to grow. That's fine. But what did Mary Orem, their creative and caring founder, do when she found the need to expand? She sought new land. So let those from ages
Sir,
5 to 12 on
it's a
Hillbrook's historic
fantastic
land.
presentation, and I
Drumsdale.
think you want to be booked at the next summer stock, but your time is up. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's creative. And it's 10:30, so it's nice. Oh, it's 10:45. Patrick Mutterlin.
Tough to follow that. My name is Patrick Mutterlin. I live on Inglewood Avenue. I have 2 kids at Hillbrook School. Hillbrook is the center of my kids' universe. It provides a great deal to my family. I'm a resident of this town, and when I hear that it doesn't provide something to our town, it upsets me. So you can come up here and talk and laugh and do your limerick, but Hillbrook is real to my family. And I want you to know that. And I appreciate all of your hard effort. But there's residents in this town, and Hillbrook means a lot to us. And when it's a joke to come up here and make a lyric, and it's more than that to us. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I understand your frustration, but as I've said earlier, we try to keep our comments constructive and factual as much as possible. And certainly the council does not consider it a joke. We spent a lot of time on this.
Good evening. I'm Sandy
Ms. Decker.
and I was on town council when the 2001 Hillbrook CUP was approved. I'm guessing you're looking for compromises, but to me, the reasonable compromises were made in 2001. I clearly recall that the school assured the town and the neighbors that the increase in square footage would not result in increased students. It was necessary to meet the ADA requirements. The student cap, traffic restrictions, compliance measures approved in 2001 were to mitigate the exact impacts you're dealing with now, 13 years later. The impacts have never been adequately mitigated, and now the school, without asking the town for required CUP modifications, has added afternoon recreation activities, Breakthrough Silicon Valley, a teacher training program, and an extensive summer program. I understand that Hillbrook now claims that the 2001 CUP gives the school a vested right to unlimited traffic. This is completely untrue. In 2001, Hillbrook had almost no traffic after 3:45. So council looked at the existing problem. They looked to reduce the traffic during drop-off and pickup times. We expected the school to reduce its traffic to well under 300 existing trips for students, plus no more than 44 for the then 44 employees. They now have 88 employees. Some delivery and visitor traffic would add another 50 or so existing trips, so our conditions should have resulted in no more than 394 existing trips, or a total daily traffic of no more than 788. Clearly, Hillbrook did not take the 2001 conditions seriously. Also, since the agreement involving closing Ann Arbor had to do with resulting traffic decrease by Hillbrook, it didn't happen, and possibly it should be reopened. The Ann Arbor neighborhood knows it dodged the impact bullet. They also knew the continued closure would be determined by the cooperation of Hillbrook to reduce the untenable demands on Marchmont and the other streets leading up Marchmont, which, as you know, is virtually a dead-end street. There is no way, council, you can possibly decide to allow even one more student without looking at Ann Arbor. The reasonable CUP to approve is the existing one that allowed 315 students. But because of Hillbrook's expansion of uses, it would also be critical this time around to carefully define and limit appropriate uses and uses of time. To that end, I urge you to reject Hillbrook's application and begin administrative proceedings to clarify the meaning and intent of the current CUP. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Decker. I didn't call people ahead. I apologize. Gretchen Moore, Helen Bell, and Kim O'Keefe. Beek or Beck? I can't read your writing. Sorry. Gretchen Moore.
Good evening. My name is Gretchen Moore, and I live on Hilo Road. Hillbrook was granted their enrollment increase, but yet appeals because they do not like the traffic parameters. They say they are being held to a higher standard than other schools in our town. Well, they need to. They operate under a conditional use permit. If you approve their appeal, the residents of this town will have received no traffic mitigation, and Hillbrook will have received everything. Hillbrook CUP should ensure the school operates without negatively impacting the neighborhood. That's what CUPs are meant to do. I oppose Hillbrook's proposal to mitigate traffic by averaging. Averaging has the potential to create unpredictable and excessive traffic more than 50% of the time, result in safety issues for children walking and biking to school, and negatively impact the town's Safe Routes to School program. The neighborhood surrounding Hillbrook is within a half mile of 3 other schools and well within the 1 mile Safe Route standard for walking or biking. Averaging has the potential to allow Hillbrook to bring well over 880 cars, 1,000 cars, 1,400 cars into our neighborhood more than 50% of the time, and yet they can still meet an 880 average. We should just go back to the 2001 CUP with no enrollment increase, as averaging will bring us back to the same traffic and safety concerns. Averaging conflicts with the goal of the town's Safe Routes to School program. One of the benefits of a robust Safe Routes program is increased safety and decreased traffic congestion around schools. Integrating Safe Routes considerations into town planning, such as this CUP, can help support and increase safe walking and biking to school. Averaging does not do that. Hillbrook has hired traffic engineers and consultants to state averaging is the industry standard. However, it does not mean a standard is appropriate in all situations, especially this low-density neighborhood where a low-density residential neighborhood where a CUP is required to operate this school. Many of you in this process have said establishing trust between Hillbrook, the town, and the neighborhood is a priority. Allowing Hillbrook to average out its traffic does not create trust. Averaging does not protect nor increase participation in the town's Safe Routes to School program. Averaging does not require Hillbrook to mitigate traffic each day. That is a major concern of this neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Helen Bell, Kim Beck, Tom Etzel.
Good evening. Mayor Johnson and members of the Town Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Helen Bell, and I have 2 children at Hillbrook School. The crux of this issue is the nature of a school, its children, and how they get to and from school. Unlike a retail business where inventory deliveries and customers can be carefully predicted, the patterns of children and their parents are much more organic. On a normal day, a given child will travel to and from Hillbrook by bus or their regular carpool. But sometimes they will have a dentist appointment, a basketball game, or a birthday. These events are not exceptional, but each may demand an extra trip to school by a parent. These minor, irregular occurrences spread daily over the entirety of the student body make the maximum number of 880 trips untenable. The Planning Commission has imposed strict guidance on Hillbrook's traffic, but the Hillbrook families will be the ones to operate under these decisions day to day. If my child falls ill or gets injured, I'm going to drive to school to pick them up no matter what. Of course, I would rather do that without also worrying that I might be the one making trip 881 and then 882 as I leave the campus, triggering massive financial penalties for the Hillbrook community. These unforeseen but perfectly regular vicissitudes in student activities, health, and well-being make drawing a hard line in the sand both inappropriate and unmanageable. Any school requires flexibility in order to operate and do what's best for its students. While it is our choice to send our children to Hillbrook and live under agreed strictures, I would ask you to see that, as proposed, these restrictions are so contrary to the realities of any child-based community that their imposition will effectively manage the school out of existence. Hillbrook offers educational choice for families and has done so for 79 years. It should be a source of pride for Los Gatos. Please give us the flexibility we need to operate and accommodate through a sensible and workable CUP the uncertainty and occasional daily spikes in traffic that come with running a school.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Kim Beck, Tom Edsel, Dan Shaw.
Hi, thanks. I'm going to give my time to somebody else because I think Helen did such a good job expressing what I wanted to express. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Tom Edsel, Dan Shaw, Ellen Dempsey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tom Edsel, and I'm here to speak on the issue of transparency and the monitoring of data. I'm a resident of Los Gatos, a neighbor of Hillbrook, and a parent. I have 2 kids who have attended Hillbrook since kindergarten. One is now a junior at Los Gatos High, and the other will be a freshman there next year. We've heard a number of times that the average can be gamed or manipulated. First, I would like to point out that the calculation of the average is a very simple mathematical formula that cannot be, quote, gamed, unquote. The calculation is done by simply adding up the total car count from each day in the period and dividing by the number of days in the period, something that I would expect any of our third graders to be able to do easily. What is important here are that the numbers that go into the formula, the count and the days. And let me walk you through how the school intends to create transparency with each of these numbers. A third party, Census Networks, they're the ones that installed the system, using a sensor that is already embedded in the road, counts the number of cars 24/7. Here's a picture of where those sensors are located. You can see here with these arrows. As shown here, these two sensors are in the middle of the outbound lane just outside of the Hillbrook Gate. There was a concern that the sensors could be manipulated. I'll show here. It's a cameo by my feet, by the way. Is a picture of the sensor itself in the road. It is embedded into the asphalt and cannot be manipulated. These sensors detect every car that leaves the school. This information is automatically sent directly to Census, who can then automatically email the daily count to the town staff each day or at any interval that is desired. We also inquired with Census and confirmed the information can be uploaded to a publicly available website, which can update the current day's traffic as the day progresses in near real time. This information passes from the sensors electronically all the way directly to the sensor, and ultimately in this case would be all the way to a website. There is not an opportunity for anyone at Hillbrook to manipulate that data. With this added means of disclosure, people will be able to access the data throughout the day to see how each day is going. Exactly how this data is presented can be adjusted to meet the needs of the community, and there's some obvious examples using graphs that might be able to do this. Multiplying that daily car count by 2 gives us the total number of cars in and out each day, and we already heard a presentation on how we would determine which days would be included in the count. There's a calendar that will be provided by the school showing which days are full attendance days and which ones are not, and we would only be perfectly happy to include only those full days.
And thank you very much. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Dan Shaw, Ellen Dempsey, Michael Mulcahy.
Good evening, members of the Town Council. I'd like to speak briefly tonight about the grounds for Hillbrook's appeal that were discussed in the staff report and to make sure that there's no ambiguity of why we're here tonight. The grounds for filing our appeal were very specific. First, it is our position that the Planning Commission erred and abused its discretion by making a decision unsupported by substantial evidence or data in the record. The real crux of this rests with the tire index. The staff report suggests that the tire index is a legitimate tool that decision makers may rely on to render a decision, and we do not dispute that position at all. Our reasoning relates to the fact that, prompted by certain neighbors and residents who are not traffic engineers, the Planning Commission misapplied the tire index to support the 880 max, and as such, made a decision about the 880 max based on completely misinterpreted and distorted data. Therefore, our position is not that the tire index isn't relevant or legitimate. In fact, it is. Our position is that the tire index is a very complicated tool, based on averages, by the way, that has to be used accurately and appropriately interpreted and applied. Even though staff did a great job tonight of explaining how the tire index works, speakers tonight continue to misrepresent and distort the tire index. This chart referenced by an earlier speaker represents the tire analysis before Hillbrook started the TDM in 2011. So it's disingenuous to suggest that Hillbrook would cause a noticeable increase to the tire index with an 880 average. It would not. Another speaker misused the same exact chart by suggesting that 891 trips would cause a significantly impaired environment on Marchmont. Here you can see highlighted that it would take 947 trips to cause a noticeable increase. Don't be misled. As we have seen, when the decision makers are led astray by non-experts in the audience and neighborhoods, error and abuse of discretion are sure to result. which is why we're here tonight. We ask that you approve 880 average, which means no more trips, and it's a fair result. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ellen Dempsey, Michael Mulcahy, and David, M-A-K-A-R, and hopefully you can get it from that. Ms. Dempsey.
Hi. I'm going to go ahead and pass, but I want to just echo the comments made by parents of Hillbrook students tonight that I support Hillbrook and an 880 average, not a maximum, as the average means no new cars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mulcahy. And I'm sorry, before you start, Riley Sweetland is after David.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Town Council members, Michael Mulcahy. I'm here in support of Hillbrook School in Los Gatos, California, part of the larger Silicon Valley, the center of technology and innovation, and the mecca for education, idea companies, and quality of life. With that as a backdrop, I continue to consider the questions. Why isn't Los Gatos jumping at the chance to assist this phenomenal region by supporting Hillbrook's efforts to bolster its near 80-year tradition of excellent, well-rounded instruction? Why does Los Gatos continue to approve most every residential development as mobile classrooms litter its public school grounds, then allow neighbors to blame Hillbrook for the gridlock? Why is it that some petitioners against Hillbrook are driving all over this valley to drop their kids at schools, only to come home to fight against those who drop their kids at Hillbrook? And why, as neighbor cities are doing their part to educate the youth of Silicon Valley, have the leaders of Los Gatos allowed a narrow-minded group of its political elite to force a showdown for a shutdown at town council? Hillbrook is fighting for its survival. Yet key neighbor leaders have built a campaign to shut Hillbrook down so the neighborhood can be rolled back and restored to its H.R. 1 low-density character of the 1950s. Never mind that the H.R. 1 zoning allows for schools as a conditional use, and never mind that Hillbrook has been here for 79 years. These neighbors demand the clock be rolled back to some imaginary time. It's time to recognize this is 2015, not 1956, not even 2001. This is now. And the now presents and demands that kids be educated. People drive cars, adults work, kids play, people retire, noises happen, and all of this modern activity happens in, yes, neighborhoods. I'm a developer. I've worked on many CUPs. I've testified before you for organizations like Lexington House because I believe in them. And there's a system that is weighted against them, like neighbors or competitors who just don't want them. The big picture, which is your charge as town leadership, is to contemplate what is best for the whole of your community. I am deeply troubled by the abandonment of civility in this Hillbrook debate. I will even be more appalled if the town rewards this kind of hostile behavior by a small, selfish few. The town of Los Gatos should not have to tolerate this manipulation of the political process, and the line of defense rests with this new council. We deserve better. The entire Los Gatos community is watching, and not just the connected few that forced this showdown for a shutdown. It's time for some perspective and to do the right thing. Give Hillbrook the average, and let's move on and heal. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Mr. Mark, you can say it for me, I hope.
Macarishan. And
I wouldn't have come
I thought
close.
you made a very
I wouldn't have
brave
come
attempt,
close.
Mayor Jensen. Thank you. I live on Golf Links Drive in Los Gatos. This is our first year at Hillbrook, so I'd like to speak to the council as a new person to this debate. My wife and I have two boys in the middle school, and as you know, the school's expansion plan includes increasing enrollment in the middle school. So I think I can give you an interesting perspective of what it's like for us. As new parents, the school has emphasized and constantly reinforced the importance of complying with traffic limitations. I believe it may have been the first thing we heard about the school is the need to comply with the rules. Our boys take the Hillbrook shuttle bus every morning from Courtside, and in the afternoon after sports, my wife will pick them up at the Blossom Hill Park. We and many other parents that we know will walk up the hill for grade level meetings and other things whenever time permits. Hillbrook can be a great alternative to Fisher for Los Gatos residents. In our case, after returning from an overseas assignment, we were very interested in Hillbrook's foreign language program, but other middle school parents might have other needs, such as the small school environment. And we love the idea of other Los Gatos residents enjoying the Hillbrooks experience, just as we have. An 880 car cap as opposed to an average means that that could not happen, and it would prevent the school from expanding and even functioning as it does now. I see Los Gatos as one of the most sought-after towns in the entire Bay Area. And it's beautiful, it's safe, it's full of history, and it has a wonderful school system. And to me, it would naturally follow that it would also be home to one of the great independent schools of the area as well. So I see Hillbrook as part of the history of the town. I would urge the council to look beyond the narrow arguments of one street and protect what has been a treasure of this town for almost 80 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Riley Sweetland, Eric Fox.
The majority of my points have been made. However, I would like to just briefly touch on a point in a foreshortened speech regarding a long-term solution. And I know that's what we all want. And I would just like to read a quote, something I read recently by somebody named Jeff Sutherland that seems appropriate. Don't look for bad people, look for bad systems. The points that Tom Edsel brought up regarding a system that publishes objective data to a website in near real time sounds like it meets a lot of the concerns that the neighbors brought up. It also addresses a lot of the accusations on character of the school. There's no sleight of hand going on here. An average truly is a simple, very concrete, enforceable measurement. This is a solid data point that can be looked at and verified. So I would like to just say that a system that emphasizes a simple metric that can be easily verified by both sides could actually form the foundation for rebuilding a relationship with the neighbors around a point that we can actually agree upon.
Thank you, Mr. Sweetland. Eric Fox.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your diligent efforts and time involved in this. I'm a Hillbrook graduate, a Los Gatos High School graduate, and a Los Gatos resident. I have a son at Hillbrook. Just to clarify something a Longmeadow neighbor said earlier about 150-ish children being enrolled at Hillbrook in 1986 when she first bought her home on Longmeadow. That's the year I graduated. I have a yearbook that I would be more than glad to share with you that shows enrollment more about 290. The Planning Commission's substitution for an all-day traffic cap in place of an all-day average is an error that the council must correct. Tire is defined on page 4.3-28 of the EIR as follows. The tire index uses average daily volumes to determine the amount of daily traffic that could be added to a roadway before its residents would begin to notice. The town's consulting traffic engineer, TJKM, utilized tire to determine the amount of daily traffic that could be added to a roadway before its residents would begin to notice. TJKM concluded there would be no noticeable difference because the potential increase in trips would be offset by Hillbrook's implementation of its transportation management plan. Throughout their report, average daily traffic count is the metric upon which they base their analysis and their conclusions. The tire index ranges which identify when an impact may be felt are based on averages. To illustrate the degree of misunderstanding that took place in substituting a cap for an average, I would like to read an excerpt from the public comments at the Planning Commission hearings in October from former Mayor Sandy Decker. To quote from Ms. Decker's comments, the Hillbrook EIR used a study called Tire, which has been talked about tonight, to look at average daily trips. Tire states that to remain a moderate range local residential street, it has to be from 9 to 890 daily trips. It then comments in very bold letters that any more than an 890 average daily trips will significantly impair a residential environment. I'm going to read that one more time for some clarity and some emphasis. The Hillbrook EIR used a study called Tire, which has been talked about tonight, to look at average average daily trips. Tire states that to remain a moderate range local residential street, it has to be from 9 to 890 daily trips. If The EIR then comments in very bold letters that any more than 890 average daily trips will significantly impair a residential environment. Perhaps Mayor Decker attempted to lead the Planning Commission to a fair landing place for both the neighbors and the school, but this went, unfortunately, unheeded. The Commission erred on one very important word of what she said twice. Hillbrook's traffic needs to stay under an average of 890 daily trips in order to not impact a neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Because I said I would do it. Mark French, are you here? It's 45 minutes since. Oh, very good.
Thank you for calling me back, Mayor and council members. My concern tonight dealt with the nexus and disproportionality of the penalties that were fashioned under an average proposal as opposed to a max. I think you understand that. It's well documented in the public documents, so I'll cede the rest of my time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's the last card, and I'm going to close the public hearing before somebody runs up with another card. It's 10 after 11. I would like to, on behalf of the council, compliment all of you on your very well organized, very well written, very well presented speaking to us tonight. We do appreciate it. Though I joke about, if you've heard it, don't say it again. It's true. You don't have to say it again. We have read it. We appreciate that those of you that did talk had cogent points to make, and in 99.9 times out of 100, we were very polite and very respectful, and so thank you very much, citizens of Los Gatos, for doing that. I know you represent how the town should work and can work, so thank you for making this a very civil and respectful hearing. We appreciate it. It is now 10 after 11. Many of you have cautioned us not to jump into something and go till 3 a.m. and come up with something on the fly. I'm going to suggest to the council that that's probably good advice, and look to my fellow council members on what their pleasure is at this point. And they're still thinking, and so while they're thinking, Councilman Rennie.
I definitely agree. At this time of night, I'm not sure we can do justice to coming up with the best CUP.
I'm seeing nothing from anyone else. Is there a motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
I agree. I think that in order for this council to be cogent, transparent, and have everybody awake while we're talking, it should be continued with the proviso, which I'm sure the mayor is going to insert, that the future hearing will no longer be public testimony hearing. The question I have for the mayor and staff is, what date would you suggest I continue this to?
I'm going to answer it first because I was named first, and just because I can. We have a hearing scheduled next week. That's a promised continuation regarding the Veterans Memorial proposal for Los Gatos. In conjunction with that, there's very, very many interested parties in that. It's in conjunction with our consideration of the museum's use of that same space. So we expect that to be a very lengthy hearing. We do not want to take away from those people interested in that issue, just like we didn't want to take away from those persons interested in the Hillbrook issue tonight. On February 3rd, our next regularly scheduled meeting, we are set to come back and discuss the North 40 again. Maybe there's even more people interested in that than interested in Hillbrook. I don't know. It's a toss-up. So I would suggest, and looking to Ms. Privetti and Mr. Larson, that those are not good dates for us to come back on this item, even if we're only discussing what we would do with any potential action of the council.
There is one change that staff learned of this week, that the museum CUP will not be on next Tuesday's agenda due to noticing issues. It's an issue we are going to raise to the mayor at our meeting tomorrow. So that's the one new piece of information that is available. So we only have the Arts Commission report on the Veterans Memorial, but I shouldn't put the emphasis on only, because that will be a large attendance item as well. The February 17th meeting is also fully booked with the mid-year financial report, our comprehensive annual financial report, and strategic goals for the next year.
Let me look to members of the council on, sounds like January 20th is a possible consideration, or February 17th. Do I have any input on that from the council? Councilman Leonardis.
I think we should probably aim for February 17th.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Well, I was going to go ahead with my motion, but I was waiting
No,
for-
go ahead.
All right, well then, given what Councilmember Leonardis said and what staff said, I'm going to move to continue the current item to our meeting of February 17th.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to continue to February 17th. I will ask the maker of the motion and the seconder to include in that motion, because I was in fact intending to make this statement. We have had, I think, almost 100 speakers. Vice Mayor Spector told me before we started the meeting today that I had beaten her, which I was very happy, because I had more cards than she had had on any of her meetings, including the Templar Sports. So I hope that you agree with me that you have been heard, and that we will not have further public testimony at our next meeting. That doesn't mean you can't continue to write to us. I'm sure you will. So, but it simply means that at the next time that the council considers this matter, we will undertake a council deliberation and come up with a council decision at that time, not take further public testimony. Is that the intent of the motion?
That is encompassed in my motion, yes.
And the seconder?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion on the table to continue to February 17th. Any other comments on that motion? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I just would like to also mention that we are still available if you would like to meet with us as well. That's not excluded. So I know many of you have met with us, and if you'd like to continue to meet with us, that's always your option.
All right, Councilman Leonardis, thank you for that. We do have a motion on the table. Councilman Leonardis is correct. Written communications are also available to you, but no public speaking at our next meeting. So all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. We will see you back, or not, on February 17th. Thank you again for such a well-organized and constructive meeting. We appreciate it.